Yo, hello, chat. Hello, what's up? What is up, guys? What's up? It's been like 5 days. Hello, it's been a while. Finally, we managed to get a stream going, you know? The Friday stream got cancelled because there was no internet for me. There was an internet outage in my area, or not my area, but the entire ISP. Their servers got hacked or something, so welcome, guys, welcome. Yo. Today we have a bit of a different one because it's not necessarily. Oh, I'm getting pings already. Great. Oh, you should not have. It's fine. I forgot about that. I need you not to look at chat for a while. Okay, great. Well, you heard the man. My mods are telling me to steer clear of you guys. Yeah, so basically the plan for today is a bit different than usual. So what's happening is we're gonna be discussing some of the story. My mods have told me that there's some things that they want to talk to me about when in regards to the story and stuff. And then there are a few profiles that they sent me to check out, to read like a few character profiles and stuff, so that we can discuss that. And then after that I can go into like my thoughts on the entire LB6 saga because I haven't talked about it yet. I've taken my own notes as well, so I have a bunch of notes of my own that I can talk about like all the characters, about everything that's happening and stuff like that, everything that happened. And then after that, I think Luna also sent some, like, I think it's fan art and stuff. And also we can do some Valentine after it. Holy shit, what am I looking at? Okay. You'll go back to story, material story, and you'll pick these options. Okay, so we're gonna be replaying some of the story and picking different options, because I do remember people saying when I was playing through it, people were saying that, you know, every now and again they were like, oh, does he know about the choices? Does he know about, you know, these choices? And I didn't pay it too much attention, but I believe that some choices can affect some of the story. I think. So we'll see. I mean, I always pick the choices that seem like they would give me the most information out of them, right? Even if I know, even if I agree with the other one more, I would pick the one that seems like it's gonna lead to more information being given to me. Okay. Let me see. You'll go section 11, arrow 6. Whoa. Also, I don't know if everything's gonna work because I changed up my setup a bit. I changed up which monitor I'm using as my main monitor, and I'm using my better one. For you guys, it should look the same, but the thing is, it's gonna be a lot more heavy on my computer, so hopefully it works. Because I'm using my like 32-inch 1440p monitor right now. Arrow 6. And then can I just fully skip it? Okay. I think I can just skip it until the choices appear. What do you mean? Hit the skip button until choices appear. You're paralyzed. Wait, what? Okay. I think this is because it's a new arrow. Yep, 2. I need to go to 6. It's not this one, right? Save material. What do you mean? Does that mean Artoria and Oberon's eyes are... Oh, I know where that is. I know where that is. I remember that scene. I went back to it already on my own, but I didn't pick the second option. I picked the first one again. Okay, I know what scene that is. It's the Fae Eyes scene. Here we go. I think this is gonna take me to the Fae Eyes selection. Here it is. Okay, this is the first scene that people want me to check out. Does that mean... Because I chose this one because I thought that this is gonna... Even if I know what they mean by this, even if I did know, which I didn't know at this point, I always would choose this one because it feels like it's gonna give me more information out of it, right? But let's see what happens if I choose this one. It also didn't give me more information out of it, by the way. It did not. It 100% did not. Sorry everyone kept you so long. Hope it wasn't too much bother. Okay? Oh no, but not bother at all. They were all incredibly nice. Is that... I don't remember if this is any different or not. You had to tell them I enjoyed my time immensely. On another note... Muramasa is the only one not here. Is he still talking to the townspeople? Hey, sorry I'm late. Had to take care of something. Turns out they do have a smithy here, but it's a damn shambles. And they got a great furnace, but only one guy knows how to tend to it worth a damn. You oughta come take a look-see, Artoria. It's one hell of a fixer-upper. I feel like this isn't all new, yeah. They got a ton of quartz crystals too, so you can make all the glass stuff you want. Oh, really? That sounds great. I'll definitely check it out. Okay, I wasn't expecting to actually play story today, but we'll see. But not right now. Perso was just about to show us to the Roundtable Army's war room. As a member of the Child of Prophecy's entourage, you are not to go off on your own like that anymore. Got it? The Child of Prophecy's entourage. When'd you turn into Miss High and Mighty? You haven't even rung one damn bell yet. All their attention go to your head or something. Nah, that ain't it. It's not Ria, isn't it? Hey, I get it. Must be rough seeing your old frenemy living up as a queen. And then again, it's not like you... Oh, wait, what's happening? You can skip? Okay, thank you. And now I just need to go to the next one? Okay. Which is section 12, I'm guessing? Wait, what? You don't need to read it all. So, I just skip... I can just go back to the materials now and do all of the other ones as well. Okay. I can just go return to materials now. And then go to section 12, arrow 1. Okay. And the option that I need to do is... I get it, Oberon's a real smooth talker, or the one on this one, even from so early on. And this one that doesn't give me any new information. And now I can go back to materials. Yeah, gotcha. Yeah, white light. Okay, now I can go back. Go to section 16. Gloucester. Arrow 5. Pa 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 pa. Arrow 5. Oh. "16 is not strictly required." Well, we're here already. It's fine. Yo. Oh. Oh. What the hell? Okay. Okay, that looked wonky. That's something I need to double check with Oberon. Return to materials. Section 20, arrow 4. I think I already did that one though. I think I chose that one when I played it, right? That's something I need to double check with Oberon. Anyways. I think that's why you said that. Okay, so you need to pick basically all of the ones that are in brackets. For something to happen, I guess. Oh, I see. I see what you mean. Oh, I didn't notice that. Yeah, I see what you mean, Robert. You don't have to type anymore. I see what you mean. I should have picked the other one. But it's not required, you said. Okay, good. Okay, wait. That's it. Okay. Section 23. Arrow 4. Maybe it's you can tell that someone is lying. That is arrow 4. Interesting. I wonder what this is gonna all mean. What does this all mean? Maybe it's because you can tell us when someone is lying. And then arrow 6. Yeah, this one isn't necessary either, because it's a question mark logo. But I'll just do it again. Why not? Since I'm here. What was it you were looking for again? A star. Okay, sure. Materials. And then we go to section 26. Cernunnos. Section 26, Arrow 2, before battle. I'm guessing it's probably... Okay, and now section 28. Which is going to be the first one. Arrow 7, the first one. Come on, Arturia, this is nuts. You don't have to do this. Okay. I didn't want to pick that one, though, because it felt like we were... Okay, okay, sure, let me pick it here, for the sake of this. I don't like the option, but I'm going to pick it here. I remember deliberating a long time when that option showed up. It's going to be the one where she goes into the thing to get forged, you know? This one. I don't like this option, but I'm gonna pick it. Don't be silly. You're the one who praised me. Yeah, exactly. Okay. Okay. I did that. I did all of them. Section 29, Arrow 9. You can skip to the first option in all of this that's different from what you had. It should be obvious. Okay. Sure. Arrow 9, huh? Hello? Wait, maybe I should give it some time. I don't wanna overload it. And then I can just skip to the first option probably, right? Never mind. I need to do it. It skipped it. I need to do it all. Okay, let me do it again. You have to skip by holding the mouse? Okay. Will that just do nothing? I'm scared that it's gonna skip it. We don't have anything enough powerful. Where did Toria go? So that's why. What? Why is she? That's why she's... Mash, hold the line. Cernunnos score. On my way. Man. Bye, Heavy. 07. Have to see that one again. Okay. This feels pretty new. Okay. Okay, all that's left now is... Attention on the deck. Deliver mesh. Do I need to play it out, or is everything else the same now? We've confirmed that Cernunnos has disappeared, and the curse spraying from the pit has ceased. We're even able to get readings on the bottom of the pit now, where it seemed bottomless earlier. You can go to section 30. Section 30, Arrow 1. I'm guessing it's gonna be the same thing. Okay. And then Arrow 3 as well. Arrow 3 is Vestimore, okay. So in Arrow 1, I can just skip it to Arrow 3 after I click it. Stop messing with Mesh. I mean, you're Oberon the Liar. You only ever tell lies. I mean, you're Oberon the Liar. Yes. The insane deviation. So you do get it, yep. Okay, Arrow 3. She told him off twice over. Damn. You're awake, thank goodness. I want to ask you one last time. Okay, I'm guessing this is where the big deviation is, I guess, or the new... whatever it is. Whatever you guys wanted me to see. I want to ask you one last time. What? Why are you doing this? Why? To wipe everything clean, that's it. I was sure I'd already said as much. Humans and fairies alike disgusted me more than I can say. That's why I'm getting rid of it all, and I used all of you to do it. What? Did you think this was supposed to be some kind of fun trick? If so, that's a damn tragedy. Everything I say is a lie. You shouldn't believe any of it. Peace in Britain. Arturia's mission. I didn't care about any of it. I'm sure you didn't, but even so. What about your own star? Titania. That's exactly what I hate about you. Bringing about the collapse, erasing the twilight. It's all just like a summer night's dream. My name is Oberon. Oberon Vortigern. I'm the death awaiting in opposition to all of you. I'm a threat to all humanity. This dialogue feels very familiar. I'm not like the beasts. I don't love anything. I'll prove that to you in this battle. Now, lift the curtain on this tragedy. This is where your pilgrimage comes to an end. Oberon, everyone come quick. Lord Oberon has returned. Please, Lord Oberon. Yep. I'm back, everyone. Did you all manage to survive the day again? Are we done? That's it? Okay. That's it. Can I look at chat now? Oh, you weren't sus enough about Oberon? This guy was more brain dead than usual. Okay. Okay. Yeah, what's up, guys? I wasn't looking at chat because mods told me not to look at chat. I was ignoring you guys. Correct, correct. Absolutely correct. Welcome, guys. By the way, welcome. We are at the start of the stream. Okay. What do you mean I wasn't sus enough about Oberon? He was legit called the evil fairy king in the summer event. There must have been something wrong with him. To read YouTube comments for the finale video, I'm gonna do it after this one. I haven't read it up until this point because I'm guessing of this. What's up, Ignacio? What's up, everyone? You missed one sus to be sus enough? You didn't get the red? Well, as I said, I always pick the option that feels like it's gonna give me more dialogue, right? Because I always want to get maximum out of the dialogue, even if I feel like, you know, the other option would be more fitting. I would pick the first one if it means, like, it's gonna give me more dialogue. It didn't in this case, but it felt like it might lead to more dialogue. You know? You know? So, yeah. Is Summer kind of spoil you? I mean, yeah, I mean, Summer isn't locked behind LB6, so I guess they kind of expect you, or they allow you to play it before you play LB6, so... Hitting the limit, but we goofed and counted one less. Oh, shit. Unfortunate. But yeah. And that's cool. Yeah. Unskippable? Oh, I never see that, because I never look at the skip button, so... I need to unlock his third ascension? I mean, I don't know how to do it. I thought it would unlock it, but it didn't. Why didn't story lock the summer event? I think it would have been probably better if they did, yeah. Like, even though, obviously, I would have lost a lot of the... well, to be fair, the summer event was a lot of fun anyways, even if it did end up spoiling me. I'm happy that I ended up playing it, because I really enjoyed it, but... Yeah, it's in the interlude tabs. Yeah, I think I need to have Oberon. I think I need to own an Oberon to do it. The same with Castoria, probably, right? Because Castoria is also not unlocked. I only got Castoria third after I got her. Yeah. You need to own him? Yeah. Yeah. I do not have an Oberon, obviously. Obviously, I do not have him. Thoughts? We're gonna get into that. I'm gonna check out some of the profiles before we do. And then I'm gonna get into my thoughts. I wrote quite a few notes for it. Let me just do this because I forgot earlier. You know, the classic. We've owned them in battle, true. Castoria's third ascension is unlocked from the get-go. I mean, I definitely don't have... I mean, unless every single person that I've seen has Castoria in Ascension 1-2. I have not seen a single Ascension 3 Castoria yet. So I'm pretty sure she's not unlocked. I have not seen a single Ascension 3 Castoria up until today. Would you get him now? Ooh. He's kind of tempting because he makes everyone so powerful. This is bizarre. I do have spoiler settings on, obviously. I do have the spoiler ascensions off, or on, or whatever, right? So obviously because of, well, spoiler ascensions. She was released a year prior to LB6. Interesting. Interesting. Well, let me check out some of the thingies. It shouldn't be spoiler now. That's what I agree with, but let me check Emmanuel. I'm pretty sure there's no way it's gonna be. Where are you at, Emmanuel? Man, I'm not used to seeing FGO on a 32-inch monitor. Or sorry, I mean a phone. Obviously, it's a phone. It's a 32-inch phone. This is tripping me up. Did I miss you? Oh, it's sorted by login, so you must be like very much down since you just set it. Here you go. Yeah. Most certainly locked. Most certainly locked. A tablet. Yeah, let me check out the profiles that you guys gave me. This is gonna be a bit of a reading here. Oh, oops. How do I do this? Jesus Christ. Wait. Let me open all of them at once. Can I even do that? Open. Oh my god. Bro. Okay, these are all... This doesn't matter. These ones don't matter. Maybe related characters, but okay, that's fine. Okay. Okay. Are you going to watch the voice parts of Lostbelt? Lostbelt? Probably, but most likely not today, unless... I did get a playlist of a bunch of videos pertaining to mostly, I think, Lostbelt 6, which we can watch. I don't know what's in it, though, because... I think it was like a manual who made it or something. Okay. Having been raised as a prophesized child, I think that's all. Yeah, these are all just the skills and stuff. Third Ascension, she can use numerous treasure swords, as Catalyst. Carnivans, the Shadows Shrouders, Spamador, the Lightning, and Marmiados. Who even is this? Artoria Caster, okay. Marmiados, the Mythological Mystic Code. Okay. The giant staff wielded by the Third Ascension of Artoria was forged by the God of Flame, and it is the great sword that was said to have been given to true heroes. In terms of raw strength, it even exceeds Excalibur, and it was said that King Arthur would sometimes loan out Excalibur to Gawain, while he instead used this great sword. What? What? Okay. Okay, sure. It was a compilation of stuff that chat sent that they want you to see. Sure. Artoria was summoned to Chaldea a tad earlier than expected. That's what you guys were talking about. A year before LB6, right? She and Master are more like friends who rely on each other rather than hero and the mage who accompanies them. She looks upon the King of Knights Artoria with wide-eyed amazement. She gets depressed when she sees the tyrannical Artoria, and she stands in gleeful awe of the swimsuit Artoria. It's the kind of girl this Artoria is. Gleeful awe, huh? After LB6, since Artoria is always concerned with the feelings of those around her, she's unable to express her own true feelings. She does not want to hate or come into conflict with others, so she tends to just agree to do what is asked of her in whatever way she's expected to behave. She works very hard because the truth is that she's clumsy, makes a lot of mistakes, and is constantly stumbling on her journey. The one thing she's truly good at is getting right back to her feet, which is why she's constantly making apologies for being so weak and promising to do better. Every time she makes these promises, though, she finds herself thinking about how terrifying fighting is, how exhausting hatred is, and how wonderful it would be to just live an ordinary life. Artoria might be her own harshest critic, but no matter how bad the environment around her, or how badly she's treated, it's not in her nature to give in to evil, forget her manners, or stop caring about the people around her. And that is proof of just how truly noble in spirit she is. That very trait was the crucial difference between herself and Oberon. One might expect the Child of Prophecy on her pilgrimage to do everything she could to help others, even if it's scary. The truth is, though, that the Child of Prophecy set out on her journey to do her best because she knew people would be disappointed if she was frightened. She always conceals her deeply negative feelings. Everyone's scary. Society's nauseating. I don't have any motivation to save the world, but I also don't want to go against the people around me, so I'll try to be their savior. Despite that, her deeds appear noble in others' eyes, seeming a worthy equivalent to King Arthur's way of life. In truth, though, Artoria Caster is obsequious, reactionary, and pessimistic. So she constantly criticizes herself, thinking, I pulled it off this time, but I'm sure they'll sack me the next time around. If Faerie Britain was a fairy tale envisioned by Morgan, the pilgrimage would be a tale following Artoria's growth and evolution. Her role may be similar to the character Dorothy from The Wizard of Oz. What? Okay, name drop. But in actuality, she's a combination of the Scarecrow, who cannot walk properly, who does not have his own footing and lacks wisdom, the Tin Woodsman, who lacks his heart, and the Cowardly Lion combined into one. So, how did this Arturia manage to keep being the child of prophecy until the very end? And what was she fighting for? The answer to that question will spell the end of her tale. Oh shit, Saber Heracles, that would be hype. Prophesied savior, endowed with charisma. Yep. A power hidden by the name, protection of the lake. Avalon Lefay A. Oh, this one's probably the big one. A power hidden by soul selection with this ability truly awakens, is imbued with sword attribute. Wait, targets fate. Okay. A form of vision innate to fairies, which converts the world. It is different than the mystic eyes some humans possess. That is... Okay, wait. These are said to be the eyes of greater fairies, who can pierce through all falsehoods and reveal the truth. For fairies who conflate goodwill and malice, it is rather a pointless ability. If a human who puzzles over the distinctions between such things were to possess these eyes, however, it would not lead anywhere good. Ooh, I want to see that. That sounds hype. Thanks to these eyes, Arturia Caster sees the truth behind the lies of all she encounters. As such, she saw the human world as a storm of malice and was both frightened and disgusted by fairies and humans alike. While asleep, she dreamt only of the storm of malice. It would have been no surprise had she become so disillusioned that she abandoned her mission to save Britain, but she held on to a single hope. A brilliant blue star, she gleams beyond the storm. I see what you did there, a single hope. I see what you did there. Okay. And her name was Hope. Okay. Arturia's normal phantasm after she became the guardian of Britain. Camelot is the Twilight. Camelot in Twilight is manifested, and she bestows a Knights of the Round Table gift upon those fighting alongside her. The in-game effects are identical to Round Caliban. Thank you. Arturia Caster fulfilled her duties in Faerie Britain, then vanished. After offering her body to the Sacred Sword and becoming the sword itself, she became a device whose purpose was to aid humanity in opposing threats to the planet. Its name, Arturia Avalon. The third ascension is her actual form, while her appearance in the first and second ascension represent a life someone once lived. It is a simulacrum of springtime memories belonging to that girl who traveled as a child of prophecy, rather than the recorded history of a fairy of paradise. Springtime memories. Aww, the good memories. Interesting lines. Is this prior? Okay, let me see. Prior, do we know each other even before I got summoned here? If that's true, then I'm sorry, I know nothing about anything from before I was summoned. It's not that I don't remember, it's just that I don't know the details, but one thing I know for sure is that you're a good friend to me, because when I'm with you, I feel so carefree. Happy to oblige if my mage cat will be of help to you. For you who strives to keep destruction at bay, I shall toll the 6 bells. Wait, what? Did I just say something? Oh, that's before LB6 as well? That's kind of crazy. That's crazy, foreshadowing. Wow. Arturia Caster is the servant, is not the one you traveled with, but a simulation based on her by Arturia Avalon. Okay. That's fine. Oh, the star I watched over does not exist anywhere in this world. So I don't get to see the things that were most precious to me anymore. But that's no reason for me to get all silent or give up. For the hope we'll hold on to until the very end, or we, should live our lives to the fullest without ever giving up. Great. Okay, Gareth is really cool. I don't know why we have to do a little dance from happiness. Sure. So she's Maeve. Exactly like the fairies that I learned about. So much so that I'm a little put off. I'll bring a cheesecake next time I see her. Nice. Merlin, I didn't expect it to look the same even here. That's what I was thinking. Huh? Oh, I see that your personality is also unchanged, Merlin. You must be struggling here too. Morgan, she's supposed to be my older sister in proper human history. Now that you mention it, I guess you do look alike. Or not. Oh, do you think I would look like her if I grew up more? Sure. Baggy. You want me to talk about Baggy? You probably already know, but I don't like her. I really don't like her. I was already jealous that she's this noble lady from this fake clan, from some fake clan. But what's up with the massive rack? What? On top of that, she's always rubbing her good luck on the innocent village girls' faces. That's the kind of tumbling that Baggy is. Oh, Baggy is just what I call her in my head, so please don't use it outside here. Baggy's real scary when she's mad. Sure. Banshee, or Banshee. Banshee, the woman whose heels and feet are soaked in blood. I don't get along with her, but I don't actually think she's that bad. In fact, she's very straightforward, so she doesn't get on my nerves as much. Okay, maybe next time I'll try this thing called a retaliating curse to reciprocate her feelings. That's crazy that she prefers Banshee over Barghest. Like from... yeah, wow. I really don't like her for Barghest, and then for Banshee, she's like, yeah, I don't think she's that bad. Okay, based, I guess. Oberon. Even Oberon's here, I do have some knowledge of who he is. He's a faking and mediator, someone who led Britain, and he is one of the very few people who understands me. It's not surprising to see him here, since I'm here too. Likes. Chocolate, of course. I'd rather have chocolate than embers. Nice. Great. Great. Dislikes. I can't think of anything I hate. That goes for people, good or bad. I think everyone would... Oh, okay. This is after LB6. I think everyone would think that way if they knew their stories. Things I hate, I have lots of them. But that's due in part to me being weak. One day, I want to be someone who can be more tolerant of any kind of lies. Crazy. Crazy. Crazy switch up. Holy Grail. Then I wish to be taller. Just a little bit, even a few inches. That's surprisingly wholesome. To say I'm different than the person you've known is not exactly true. While our existences are different, our basic ways of thinking and our respective performances are mostly the same. To put it in simple terms, I'm an Arturia who grew up 1 year older and then just had a change of heart is about the best way to put it. I have all the memories within me. The me who was summoned as a servant when I was a blank slate. The me who traveled through Britain alongside you. And the fantasy me that should never have come from the true me. Everything... I'm sorry for using me so many times. I'm sure I wouldn't fully understand what I just said had I heard it myself. Okay. Wait, you guys can see this. Let me do it like this. Okay. Bond 3. You can be more casual with me, you know, use your command spells to activate my noble phantasm more often than you do now. There's no reason the tomboy me could do it and not me. Huh? This behavior is exactly why you tense up. You know I'm not your enemy, right? Am I being helpful? Very well, then as my reward, tell me about your adventures of Chaldea. I manifested from the concept of the Knight of the Sacred Sword, and I'm almost perfectly complete based on almost perfectly complete based on the legend of lore surrounding the Sacred Sword, but the various happenings in Chaldea are nothing like that lore at all. And listening to your stories makes me want a snack and a drink. I have a craving. I'm sure you do. Have you noticed, in your attempt to repair humanity, that such things are easier said than done? I protect the people of this planet. To be honest, proper human history, singularities, and even Lostbelts are all the same to me, but I'm going to root for you and your future from now on. I know that's favoritism, but I can't help myself. After all, underneath it all, I'm still the same tomboyish Arturia. And this is then after LB6. The Sacred Sword is the representation of life's brilliance. Light from the future. Lives clothe the surface of the planet. If they're burned up or torn apart, the planet itself is not affected. But at the same time, they're irreplaceable, though not to the planet itself. I'm sure that this time, it is not the planet that needs me, but the irreplaceable lives that clothe it. I couldn't become the Knight of the Sacred Sword, but as I understand its brilliance, I will be your sword. Okay. God, this is long, and this is only one of, like, many. Poor Albion, the final dragon who of the existence of something beautiful. I'm very happy that she was summoned as a servant. Even if it's temporary, may she weep tears of joy. Well, the faking Oberon, my enemy, my kindred. Though he's himself a fantasy, I knew nothing of humans, while he knew too much. I would like to do it all over if I could. 1 of 7, great. You'll soon arrive at this place, a place where you will meet your other self, who's neither the same nor different from you. The first bell shall ring for darkness, the second bell shall ring for empty words, the third bell shall ring for accolades. The fourth bell shall ring for truth. The fifth bell shall ring for affirmation, the sixth bell shall ring for radiance. The sound of the bell shall echo through the land of hope. The future king shall one day be resurrected, the true tomorrow shall soon arrive. And then I'm guessing these ones are not that important. Yeah, this is the same thing as earlier. Yeah, this is all the same thing as earlier. Banshee, from the first moment we met in Gloucester, she was a fairy who didn't lie. She said and did whatever was on her mind, even if it was rude. I was used to the harshness like that from Nonaria, so I didn't mind. Kinda like a Banshee. I feel bad about my winning line back at the auction house though, sure. She doesn't let that get in her way of diligence, that's what Bageko. Spineless Storm like he could never. I think this is just, this feels like just a direct translation from Japanese. Yeah. You know, and skimming through it, what kind of sick torture is it to have someone closer to your own ideal self grow so close to you? If fate was the primary reason that boy and this girl were led to each other, it would seem that fate is more than a little ironic, wouldn't it? On behalf of the girl who is no longer here with them, heartfelt gratitude and respect is extended. If he had been able to meet with Hector, she's sure they would have been a great match. It seems that even at the very end, he never told her that after being thrown down the pit by Melusine and returning alive, he stopped by the smithy on the cape, where no one was to be found. Okay. It's so... I can't, it's really small. I can't really see it well. I mean, if I do it like this, you guys can't really see it. I'm gonna keep it this, it's fine. The other Arturia, she's an unnoteworthy fairy girl of the Wind Clan in Lostbelt, Britain, whose fairies who become unpopular without purpose and without name don't have long before they turn into a sort of aquatic plant, into morse, and subsequently disappear. The fairy who had committed no crime whatsoever, but had simply lost her intended place as a result of losing her name, and as such drifted to Cornwall, a forest at the furthest reaches of Britain. At the beginning of the scenario, she's a fairy who helps the main character. Okay. Her true name... Oh, shit. Wait. Helps... This is just a recap of what she does. And then it's... Shit. Wait, what? However, she doesn't tell anyone that she received that... Oh, yeah. Her true name is Hope. She's a savior. Fairy bond. Yep. Yeah. We don't need to be able to see it. Like the name Hope implies, she's a fairy in charge of spreading hope throughout the world, and for a long time she carried out her irresponsible duties. The unreasonable act of making everyone happy without any form of concrete plan. But people demanded hope endlessly, and before long, hope became something taken for granted. No matter what good deed she performed, no one appreciated her. Everyone forgot, in many ways, that she is in the same position as Arturia Castor. When viewing Hope as a savior considered by the people, you can really understand the meaning of her lines when she's about to turn into Morse. However, it is perhaps something that can only really be felt by those people who can truly relate to it, at least when the name Hope is mentioned at the end. I would really like it for people to react to it and ah. She lost her value to society. Her role ended in fatigue. She became disappointed with herself, and both her place in the world and her name were lost. But even so, at the very end, until the very end, she became a hope without substitute for someone within the storm. Crazy. Her true name is Hope. That line is gonna stay rent-free in my mind. Bars. Oh, man. Okay, Banshee. Banshee. Okay, wait, let me move closer here. Character info. Okay, well, this is a member of Faerie Britain's Knights of the Round Table, Tristan. Tristan is one of the only two fairies raised as a witch, as magecraft is unneeded in Lostbelt, Britain. She's 170? Damn, she's pretty tall, actually. Is that including the heels? That must be including the heels, right? Surely. Yeah, surely. 54 kilos? Okay, interesting. Top-notch looks and rock-bottom personality with a star at the end. It's the nicest compliment I've ever gotten, even if it was the death cry of some losers I chopped to pieces. It is with the heels? Okay. Her fairy name is Banshee, a female fairy in Scottish folklore. The name simply means she-fairy. It is said that she appears at night, sucking life from humans and driving them to death. Likes blood, weak to sunlight. Classic. While many fae are known to bring both boon and bane, Banshee is a malignant fairy who causes nothing but ruin. She resembles a beautiful human woman, but only the legs beneath her long skirt are fae, while her feet are said to be deer hooves. Wow. 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 I did not know that. Oh, you can see it here. You can see the Discord notification because it's on this monitor. Oh, I'm not showing that shit. Yeah. Personality, extrovert and inactive. Banshee is a domineering fairy who boldly states her desires and abuses the people around her to make them come true. She's a capricious hedonist who cares only for the pleasure of the moment. She seeks fun as do many fae, but her idea of fun is nothing but the suffering voices of the weak. So everything she does is to toy and trample on the weak, be they human or fairy. She's conditioned to behave this way because she has never been loved and only ever praised by her mother Morgan while tormenting the weak. Banshee is a fusion of a brave girl who works diligently for her mother's love and an arrogant wicked princess who views the kingdom as a plaything that will someday beat hers. She despises platitudes and acts of goodwill, which make her feel genuinely ill. Her reason, because they bore me, obviously. Okay. Makes sense. Magic resistance. Extraordinary, she'll never compromise the get or apologize for her own values. Based, hella based, okay. Riding A, no steed, she strides across the earth on her own 2 feet. Okay, I don't need no steed. I am my own steed, I respect it. Territory creation, she was trained as a mage in the Feywild. She's proficient at building an atelier, okay. Blessed Scion, EX. As High Queen Morgan's acknowledged daughter, she also possesses the royal authority of domination like her mother, and can exert just enough control over space to express her opinions at Morgan. Mana control zone. Nice. Grimalkin, A legacy of witches in England. A skill crowned with the name of a cat fairy. It is not a Tamlin trait, but one she innately has, though she bears the name of a different fairy for some reason. Okay, sure. Sure. A wicked attack, Kiss, certain to curse the target to death, regardless of its distance. The user creates a copy of the opponent from a piece of their body, hair, nails, etc., then kills the target by killing the copy. In other words, it's a fey voodoo doll. Furthermore, Fetch is a Scottish name for a doppelganger. Okay. I thought it was supposed to be fetish. Okay, sure. Yeah, I see him, yeah, I see Harem, yeah. I see. I mean, I know that she wasn't an actual fairy because we saw the glimpse of her backstory, right? The 2-sentence backstory that she got from Morgan. Yeah, we saw it then. Banshee had never been interested in much else besides causing chaos and suffering around her. But battle stories and the civilization whence she came dazzled her imagination and turned her into a trendsetter imitating proper human history. Doesn't a martial tournament of a storied castle sound neat? Of course, everyone who doesn't win first place gets murdered as punishment. Along the way, she became infatuated with heels from proper human history and turned into a collector. When it comes to the topic of shoes, she's honest and diligent, dreaming of one day making attractive footwear surpassing that of any proper human history designer. Indeed, in the princess's bedchamber, she enshrined the severed feet of fairies that she has collected for just such a purpose. Such a diva. Great hobby. Interesting lines. Bond 1, Ascension 1 and 2. Our bonds have deepened. Really now? Well, look at you. Apparently you can see the invisible. Do you need your brain examined? Bond 2. My bad, you mentioned bonds or something before, right? I'd like to see those too. It's kinda comfy here in your room. Though it's probably just a glitch in my head or a spur of the moment whim. The Lostbelt manga? I mean, definitely not on stream because I can't do that on stream. If it's the official manga, I would get instantly stricken by whoever owns it or whoever publishes it. But I might do it on my own time, yeah. That sounds fun. I'm so bored, nothing to do. I might die of boredom. It's like, there isn't enough screaming. Wish I could see more blood. But I'm tired of shooting my noble phantasm at servants. If only I had a weird partner. Wait, actually I can do this for you guys. I think it's fine like this. Okay, wanna go out for a bit, master? To a nice dark place with nobody else around. Why don't we do something stimulating? Okay, AO, what? Okay, sure. I realize how late this is, but you've got a high tolerance for horror. You might be the first one that stayed with me this long. You might like scary stuff, actually. That makes us a perfect partners. Fine then. I'll make you so... Wait, what? I'll make you so much that you'll change your mind. Huh? I'll make you so much that you'll change your mind? Okay. Personal trauma, that is. Oh, okay. I see. Wheel preset? I can do that. I can do it like this. I like Barghest, you know. Isn't it amusingly pathetic how desperately she tries to play knight, even though she has a fetish for eating her lovers? Yeah, I guess so. Melusine, huh? I don't really care about her in particular, but I do like that utterly hopeless, doomed relationship. I wonder if that total dirtbag of a woman will show up here too. Yeah, that's pretty based. I think that is the best part. Well, actually, we're gonna get into that later. Let me save my thoughts. Oh dear, Mother is here. This is great. Wait, but isn't she cuter than she was in Faerie Britain? She's playing more than a little innocent. I like shoes with heels. I want to see my collection. Okay, sure. My dislikes loud, annoying weaklings plus you. Okay. Plus you. Okay, sure. Seems a bit unnecessary. I shouldn't turn the Holy Grail into heels. Who else would think of something so depraved other than me, huh? You're telling me that you people made a cauldron, a bell, and a bowl of rice. Never mind the Holy Grail heels. I don't want to be lumped in with them. Okay, Ascension 3 bond lines. Where are they? I have to find them while I'm still myself. Oh, Jesus. Isn't it pretty? Mother gifted me this dress along with some precious words. But why can't I remember? Did you find them? I have to find them or I'll get scolded. Why will I be scolded? I'm sorry, Mother. Banshee, an adorable girl with red heels. Popular with the whole village. Everyone smiling, plaything. My head hurts. Jesus Christ, these are depressing. These are depressing. Jesus Christ, what the fuck? Tie me up, please don't run away. Tie up my arms and legs so they don't fall. Jesus Christ. Master, are you my master? Good, I managed to become somebody's servant. Oh, that's sad. What the fuck? It's a rotting banshee. Clothes, houses, cooking. I know that much, yes I do. Even fairies can make those on their own. But putting that much work into things you wear on your feet, no way, I can't even. It drives me crazy. They're your feet, you know, your heels. You decorate the most sensitive part however you like. So bold, gorgeous, bewitching, elegant. I've heard that magic doesn't exist in proper human history anymore, but you don't know how good you've got it. You'd never find so many magical shoes anywhere in Faerie Britain. I like admiring, wearing, and decorating them, but my dream is really to design my own pair of shoes. I practice and improve, little by little, until I'm a first-class creator. How long do you think it'll take to make my ideal pair of shoes? 1 year? 10? If I live that long, will you give me a pair to celebrate the occasion? The Fitpick Tower event tribute for her. Her ascension tree is kinda crazy. It is kinda crazy. This one is not spoiler locked, so I've seen it before. Yeah. Yeah, poor thing. Poor thing. All fairy knights possess tremendous magic. Oh, fairy knight Tristan will never regret, repent, or relent on her methods. The triple R, baby. Exhibiting magic resistance of extraordinary strength. Okay. This is the same. Capable of building a workshop. No talent, yep. Of magecraft, yep. Grimalkin, a skill crowned with the name of Cat Fairy, the companions of the English witches. The characteristics of cats are interpreted in fairy styles, eliminating the sound of footsteps, lightening one's weight, increasing one's speed. When Banshee's usage is fairly effective, the original wielder of this arcana displays speed capable of circling the earth in a mere day. What? Okay, sure. Blessed Scion also possesses the regal authority of domination. Yep. Exerts enough control. Yep, okay, that's the same. Fae Vampirism A, her ability is a vampire. Doubt has since waned. The former Banshee loaded this arcana and would not use it in front of others. However, the Lord of Darlington forced her to abuse it out of amusement, resulting in the city's transformation into a necropolis overflowing with corpses. Ooh. Extroverted and active. Banshee has the temperament of a ruler, stating her desires without shame and working those around her to the bone for the sake of achieving them. She's a capricious hedonist who cares solely for the pleasure of the foot. Okay, we saw that already. Yeah. Joy. Okay. I think most of these here are repeats. Fairy Knight Tristan, her form was a Fairy Knight. They're all lame, but I guess this one barely passes and chose Tristan. Eventually, she came to be fond of the Bewitched Strings fighting style, so she imitated from him. How did you look at all of the knights at the round table, say these ones are all lame, and then proceeded to pick the lamest one? Okay, sure. Ascension to Morgan's successor. A beguiling, elegant and wicked form, fitting of Queen Morgan's successor. Her empiric traits manifest themselves strongly here. Banshee considers it to be her formal dress, attending the fairy ball in this appearance. Sure, Ascension 3 below Banshee. She wanted to play Despacito. The Banshee summoned at Chaldea is a dream she's watching, with the records of the Fairy Kingdom as its foundation. It is the form she would have taken after having lost the divine protection of Morgan's magecraft, driven solely by her hatred towards the Fae, in which she's lost even her sense of self. The sacrificial priestess who became the main cause of the cursed calamity. No matter what spells or love she possesses, she will never recover. However, if there were to be an awakening from the inside, not a treatment from the inside, if she were to acquire the strength to take in and overcome the curse, instead of spreading death in fear of others, in fear of it, then perhaps, she's sad. Just like a vampire attacks by extending her claws. Being a young witch, she also uses magecraft, an expert in Gundershot, and is the Gunder firing idol of the fairy world. Her Felnut Noble Phantasm is essentially a Super Gunder. Super Gunder the show. Okay. Her alpha personality remains unchanged even after being summoned. She holds humans in disdain and will not serve the master even until the end. Okay. I mean, Summer Banshee seemed very fond of us. But okay. Her great beloved mother. While Banshee holds most people in contempt, Morgan is the sole target of her adoration. Sure. Though she knows that Gawain is just acting like a good person, her knowledge of her true nature prevents Banshee from hating her. She'll still do her own thing. Yeah, I guess so. Classic Archer stuff. You know, independent action. Though she knows that Gawain is just acting like a good person, her knowledge of her true nature prevents Banshee from hating her. Devouring someone you've come to like is something that really hurts. I get it though, I really do. I mean, even though you get so infatuated with a slab of meat, you can only ever savor it once after all. It's so remarkably pathetic. Lancelot, Melusine. Beautiful, she holds no interest for her. Banshee instinctively senses that she cannot defeat Lancelot, fostering a faint trace of fear. However, she's also aware of her relationship with Aurora, her Achilles heel, which gives her the mental upper hand. She looks forward to the day that bomb goes off with glee. Okay. Fair. Child of Prophecy, Arturia. Proper spelling, baby. The world's biggest eyesore. She wants to unleash Fetch Felnut on her until her very form ceases to exist. A bit harsh. Okay, a bit harsh. The bumpkin fairy she met in Gloucester, a rare fairy that she could converse with without being plagued by headaches. The moment of that fairy's resigned gaze at the showcase. Wait, the memory of that fairy's resigned gaze at the showcase, as if she was thinking to herself, I'd love to have it, but I know I'm not good enough, somehow lingers within her. Okay, Noria, impertinent fairy clan that defies Morgan. However, Banshee is interested in their arcana. She gets stronger the more slaves she owns. How delightful. She's unaware that it's actually the opposite of what she thought. Yes, very much. She spreads out her power to her slaves, making her weaker. Britomart, a fairy knight from pan-human history that she came to know in Chaldea. Although Banshee typically despises goody two-shoes, and why is okay, I guess that's event stuff. She does not hate Britomart, because perhaps it's because, unlike the Fae of the Fairy Kingdom, she does not possess a fickle temperament swayed by current fads. That red and white outfit shows more impeccable taste. I can't say I like that she's a Lancer though. Sure. With what? Mochizuki K. Illustrator's comments. My favorite types of characters are those who meet tragic, full-on fates. Which is why I feel very thankful that I got to design Banshee, who fits perfectly within that archetype. The more desolate the character's death is, the more stimulating their fleeting lives become. However, Banshee's journey was far more sorrowful than I could have imagined, and I found myself deeply moved that someone was able to depict such an ephemeral tale when playing through it. She's truly a beautiful character that's very close to my heart. Fake up stuff, yeah. Morgan Fest, yeah. Yo, what's up? I see, gents. Okay. Baggy. A member of the Faerie Britain's Knights of the Round Table was dubbed Gawain after the Round Table. Yep. She hails from the Fang clan, animalistic tribe known for their strong physiques, but her spirit origin and appearance resemble a human. The most feared Tamlin in all of Faerie Britain, she's scorned as Gawain of many lovers, or Gawain the Glutton. 190 centimeters, 120 kilos, that is a solid unit! Holy! Okay. Chaotic good. The strong prey on the weak. That is an absolute rule in any world. The weak must simply obey the strong. Okay. 120 kilos of pure muscle? I can think of some other things as well, but mostly muscle, yeah. Her fairy name is Barghest. In proper human history, Barghest is the name of a fairy that appears in northern Britain. It takes the form of a chained dog with burning eyes and horns. In cities, it's said to be a portent of death, and someone will die whenever it appears. It's also said that when someone with an important role dies in a city, Barghest's minions, dogs, will march through the streets. Outside the cities, Barghest's role morphs from an omen of bringer of death, and it is said to appear on the high plains, killing travelers who encounter it. It's believed to be one of the Black Dog's fairy traditions that have been passed down all throughout England. Interesting. Extroverted and passive. Doesn't hide her own feelings, she plainly declares her intent and then confirms how the other party feels. Although she carries herself proudly and without shame as a knight, her martial actions are cautious and based on a full assessment of the situation. Yeah, I love that about her. She holds her sword with the intent, let me begin by annihilating the weak ones. Not just out of her own interest, but for the sake of both sides. Because she's seen ruthlessly crushing the weak once she takes on the battlefield, people speak of her as a merciless knight. Barghest is noble in both personality and upbringing, so she's able to appreciate humor and has a generally mild nature. However, she isn't skilled at making clever jokes, nor at calming a situation, so she avoids making glib remarks or small talk. Yup. Makes sense. Barghest appears to have no mental abnormalities, that's med enhancement A+, but she must periodically... What? Blank a blank? Okay. Once affected by this impulse, she must quickly fulfill or risk losing her sanity and becoming an indiscriminate murderous berserker. Eat a lover? Eat a human? I don't know. A blessing upon Fae chosen as guardians. It's a self-strengthening specialized against personnel civilizations. It is a specialized anti-personnel, anti-civilization form of strengthening, but is bound by a taboo against attacking other Tamlins. What's that? Tamlin A, okay. Tamlins who kill other Tamlins will self-destruct. Nice. Nice. Wild Rule. A boon granted to one who obeys the laws of nature. She believes that the strong must prey on the weak as a matter of principle. Therefore, she declares it is only natural for the feeble human race to be ruled. Numeral of the Saint, B. A skill transferred from heroic spirit Gawain of proper human history. During the sunlit daytime, the user's base abilities are greatly enhanced. Yeah, sunlight field. Makes sense. Makes sense. I see, Robert. Makes sense. Foul Weather, A. The power of a fairy is said to have built a cathedral in a single night, as told in Cornwall. A powerful fey domain that protects one's allies. A massive attack using the flaming horn. Fey's sword Galatine. The horns on Barghest's forehead are in fact antennae, restricting her growth of her spirit origin. If removed, Barghest's intellect dies and her body is controlled by her remaining instincts. Damn. Where Barghest pulls out her horns, she awakens her returned ancestor. Her fey body enlarges and becomes wreathed in black flame, and Galatine strikes down the opposing formation. The flames rising up from the earth resemble fangs emerging to gnash and devour her enemies. Sure. Wait, you guys can't even see it fully. I just noticed it. Sure, that's fine, whatever. Perhaps because of her strict adherence to the rules, the strong prey on the weak, Barghest lets her guard down among those she views as strong, develops a close relationship, and then falls in love. She's actually quite lonely and prone to falling in love. In the past, she had many lovers of all clans, genders, and even species. Okay, yet none of those relationships lasted more than a month, and she was soon alone once again. For this reason, she became known as a promiscuous fairy. The Tamlin mocks her, sneering, "I may be the type to jump and dump. But at least I'm not a hopeless romantic like you. Damn, okay. Barghest was born into a fairy clan. In human terms, she would be a young daughter of a noble family. As a Tamlin, she maintains a cool and gallant air, but is gentle and sentimental at heart. Tsukihime and Witch of the Holy Night. We're playing Mahoya, Witch of the Holy Night, like, probably this week. We're starting it this week or next week. Probably this week, though. We're gonna be streaming that. And Tsukihime, we're gonna be playing through that after we catch up to FGO. So not yet, is the answer. Is the short answer, but we will. Perhaps because of her strict adherence to the rules that the strong... Oh, I already said this. You want to see my horns? Go ahead. No, it's too soon. I request that you ask me that question once we have deepened our bond a bit more. Nice. We wait for the remake. I mean, part 1 of the remake is already out. I'm gonna talk about the story and my thoughts on the story of LB6 after we read through all of the profiles here. I think we have this one and then probably like 3 or 4 more, maybe 5. And after we do that, I'm gonna go into my full thoughts on LB6. You mentioned earlier that you wanted to see my horns. Very well, I'm in a good mood today, so I will allow as a special exception. These are my horns, my Eirei halters. You may even consider them to be my secondary soul. If there ever be a time these break, please have mercy on me. It doesn't matter how you will do it. Gouge out my wound or close it. I just want it to be you who will end it for me. Oh shit. Whether we're in Chaldea or not, it doesn't change the fact that I'm still a warrior who's received the rank of a knight. I'll also show respect to those who are strong, whether they be good or evil. Are you listening? I'm trying to tell you to be strong. Sit right there, master. Good. And I'm going to sit on the floor. Can you see? This is my sword, my Eirei halters. It is what seals my instinct, my rationale as a fairy. If this ever shatters, I'll no longer be myself. Should that day ever come, the only thing you can do is close up the wound. That will be your responsibility. Don't forget that, my master. Conversations with Banshee. Tamlin Tristan. No, I guess it's just Banshee here. With solo fairies in Chaldea, I'm sure she'll stay calm. What? You're telling me she's amicably making shoes together with a servant named Galatia? She's making... What? Is she also like a fashion... Okay, sure. I know nothing about her. Sure. Sir Gawain. Look at how cool he carries himself. And those bulging muscles that can't be concealed with anything. Calm down, me. Don't make a fool of yourself. I thought I was done falling in love with others just by their specs. Crazy. Mesh. A sculptor? Makes sense. Mesh Kyrielite. I will grade that to you. If you ever need to put my demonic sword to use, just ask anytime. I'll rush you at any cost. A sculptor and a statue. Okay. Ivan? What? What? That's a random one. Who's that magnificent person over there? His features are like a grand rising mountain, and he has bulging muscles like a boiling magma. He must be a famous late fairy lord. Damn, I'm starting to drool. What's that? He's a Russian emperor? He may look like a beast man, but he isn't one? But no matter how you look at him, he's definitely a mammoth, right? Pygmalion? Big Ivan. It was the black dog's secret hobby. On her days of rest, she would spend afternoons and evenings working on the menu she was proud of, as well as inventing new dishes. She is a good cook, right? I'll have a companion, so it's only natural, though I won't compel you to do the same. I do this simply because I enjoy it. The black dog spoke with a satisfied smile that said much of that happiness she took from her loved one witnessing her work. In other words, this was a meal cooked by a loving wife. Although, it might be a bit much for a human to finish. Some pasties? I'll take some pasties. And some steak there? Okay. No mental abnormalities. Yep, we've seen this one before. Yep. Okay. Yep. Related characters. Gawain hates Lancelot. Lancelot is stronger than Gawain is also aggravating, but the reason for her dislike is that she has grasped that despite the strength Lancelot possesses, she's not serious about protecting Britain. Okay, that's cool. She doesn't hate her because she's stronger than her. She hates her because Lancelot doesn't want to use that strength to protect Britain. That's cool. Gawain, who holds a tiny bit of love for all life, does not feel an ounce of love towards Lancelot alone. She managed to perceive an insect as a filthy being, neither fairy nor human, and does not belong here. She cannot get along with the uninhibited and reckless Tristan, who treats Fae and human alike as toys that she will break. Tristan, on the other hand, having taken notice of how Gawain reeks of blood, wants to get along with her as people of the same kind, due to Tristan being one-sidedly sympathetic towards her. Aww, that's kinda sad. Gawain hating Tristan, but Tristan being like, yo, she might be one of my folks, so I kinda wanna get closer to her. Arturia Kester, a powerless fairy who keeps pestering her. Once she was confirmed to be the child of prophecy, she became a target to be eliminated. However, that was only done for the sake of the land of the Fae. She had no hatred for Arturia Kester herself. In fact, the childhoods of Barghest and Arturia Kester have a lot in common, which is also why the two of them feel comfortable when they're together, even though they don't get why. Of course, the people in question are not aware of the reason behind that. No. Illustrator, Melon22. Since her setting was of a character that's actually kind and easily cries, my initial design had her with kinder eyes. However, seeing those, Nasu-sensei replied with, your specialty is lowering the bond levels of female servants who have a piercing gaze by simply talking to them, right? I'm also quite good at that. Well then, please give back that feeling in the design. I made the adjustments in high spirits, and that is how the fairy knight with a sharp gaze was born. That's a cool comment to get back from Nasu. Damn. He got poetic with that. That's cool. That's cool from Nasu. He knows exactly what the strength of Melon is. Holy. 20 kilos! What? 20 kilos! 147 centimeters, 20 kilos. Neutral evil. Melusine, by the way. Melusine isn't my real name, but it's very precious to me. A Dragon Heart B refers to Melusine's magical circuit, known as a Dragon Reactor's Core, or Dragon's Jewel. In proper human history, her venting of excess life energy would be classified as a type of mana burst. Melusine, after reconstructing herself as Dragon Fae, has the same biological functions as a dragon, despite not strictly being dragon-kind. Eternal Arms Mastery, a skill transfer from the heroic spirit Lancelot of proper human history. Its user can fully demonstrate the martial skills they have mastered, used under any mental limitations. Although this is meant to represent combat experience engraved into one's body through harsh trials, it's rather a necessary ability to Melusine, who was formidable from the day she was born. Melusine dislikes this skill, for it is a device that creatures born powerful have no need of. Ray Horizon A. Derived from the English legend of the dragon Mirage, which guards the horizon, said to represent the boundary to another world. The fairy Melusine is ultimately just a name and a vessel. Her original role is the very boundary itself. It is a process by which she can exhibit her original form. Okay. When acting as a knight, Melusine carries herself with a princely air and speaks in a boyish manner. When she's being less reserved, she reverts to more feminine habits, and her scattered-brained personality comes out. Since she was left all alone in the world, she's self-deprecating and gets lonely easily. She's aware that she's an apex lifeform, so she does not view her strength and weakness as good or bad. After all, everyone else is weak in comparison. Melusine likes the kindness to care for the weak, but not the courage to challenge the strong. Likes the kindness to care for the weak, but not... Okay. In fact, she dotes on those things she likes by saying, obey the strong absolutely, by which I mean, obey me. Profile 6 unlocks after completing LB6 and Bond 5. Innocence Erendite. A simple noble phantasm created by refining Melusine's outer skin into a fairy sword Erendite, then using it to strike the target. It is a spear version of Lancelot's Erendite. It may not deal an incredible amount of damage, but the trade-off is an incredibly rapid cooldown, allowing the noble phantasm to be deployed as casually as a normal attack. This is all largely because Melusine considers this to be a noble phantasm she simply borrowed, counterfeited, from Lancelot rather than her own. Okay. Hollowheart Albion. Anti-walled. Innocent possession, unbeknownst to all. Dragon Breath released by Melusine after she transformed into her true form through the use of the third skill. Melusine can no longer be called a fairy in this form, and the light that spills from the imposing heart is akin to a weapon of mass destruction. The sight of it is likened to a rainbow that arcs over the boundary, or even a gate of different dimensions that opens on into a different world. After using it, Melusine is unable to return to the fairy vessel she always wished to retain, and disappears unbeknownst to all. In the Lostbelt, Albion continued to fight to the Sea of Nothingness until she eventually died, proving that dragons who fail to return to the planet always meet a cruel end in any version of human history. Okay. Summon. Servant, Lancer, Timely Lancelot, heeds your summon. Seems like we don't have a connection yet. Well, you get to know me in due time. After LB6 then. No, I am... No, you can call me Melusine. In Lostbelt, Britain, they call me the strongest Tamlin. I see, even in this shriveled state, I can still be of use to you as a servant. Good. I'm very happy to know that. Though it may only be during this fleeting dream. I'll spread my wings for you. Okay. Bond 2. You think I seem different than when we first met? That makes sense. When I was a Tamlin, I followed Her Majesty Morgan's orders and ruthlessly crushed insurgents. I could only prove my righteousness by being used as an instrument, but it's not like that anymore. I'm here of my own free will, just as you were there to watch it all come to an end. I'll bear witness to your conclusion, and I won't look away. Bond 5. I seem gallant to you. I see. Then I should live up to those hopes. To tell you the truth, though, I'm actually lonely, I lack self-esteem, and I want to stare at your face 24 hours a day. And when you leave me alone, I want to burn Caldia to the ground, but... yeah, I'm proud to be your servant. Oh, so I'll be patient and keep on being your number one. Yo, run it back. Hold up. Okay, sure. Okay. Conversation, Lancelot, Knight of the Round Table. Yes, he's just as Her Majesty described. A humble, elegant, loyal, and magnificent knight. I'm proud to... wait a second. Did I just see him and Sir Tristan do something that no married man should ever... Wait, is that how Her Majesty thought of me? What? Okay, what? What? Okay, sure. Move the fuck on. What the fuck are those boys doing? Okay. High Queen Morgan, the witch who loved fairyland in the truest sense. They were picking up married women. Oh! Okay. High Queen Morgan, the witch who loved fairyland in the truest sense. I couldn't possibly face her now. It may sound foolish to you, but I repay the grace she showed me with a bloodied sword. Barghest, I don't understand. Why does Barghest despise me so much? I just want to be friends with her. I mean, just look at her. She's a big dog. Isn't that adorable? Okay. Percival, thank goodness, you came to Caldia. My apologies. I was looking for someone else. The one I knew in Fairyland isn't here anymore. I knew that, but... Oh, there's a birthday one as well. Happy birthday, Master. Let's spend the entire day having fun together. Huh? You have work? You're happy for the offer, but you can't spend the whole day with me? Oh no, I worked so hard to make a 24-hour schedule for us. 24? Okay. Work, huh? Wait right here. I'll go to show Caldia for you. No. Okay. I mean, that was one thing that really stood out to me in the summer event as well. She is way more attached to Master than anyone else. She's so attached to Master. To Ritska. Aurora is the name of her bond. See? Crazy. And there's an Aurora Borealis. Nice. No matter how cruel your existence, no matter how harmful your way of life, that day will never be any less precious to me. It was a miracle that happened on a pure whim, brighter than 460 million years of memories. The moment that I saw the most beautiful thing on earth. Though this body may crumble and this heart may shatter, my yearning will never fade. Oh, beautiful Aurora, your face is like a shining star. My love for you is everlasting. Nice. Yeah, it's the bug, I know, yeah. You can see the Albion bug. Inadvertently changes her resting place into a murky forest lake, regardless of what land or world she's in. She shoots at someone with a high rank territory creation skill. B+, sure. And then this is the same, this is the same. Yep. The same. Withdrawn but active. Gets things done, carrying out her duty while keeping her feelings concealed within. This maiden of a night is a clean freak who does not play around and is always cloaked in a tense atmosphere. She's considered a cruel fairy because she qualifies humans as something bad, which she mercilessly rejects, but the person is in question neither detests nor considers humans below herself. Since Mélusine herself was originally the dragon that drowned to her death in a lake, she does not discriminate against others, using the ability one was born with as a pretext. Appearance, dragon form. Since Melusine is only the left fist that's separated from the ancient dragon Albion and survived, she cannot return to Albion's original gigantic form, even when she transforms into a dragon. A mobile weapon that is 4 meters in length at best. However, just because her frame is small doesn't mean she's weak. The fact that an ultra-high performance supersonic bomber is of a small size should be terrifying. Servants have been compared to fighter jets in the past, but Melusine's Albion form is a fighter jet capable of interstellar travel on its own. Motives and attitude towards the master. Basically, she maintains the same cool and dry demeanor and tone of voice she had back in the land of the Fae. However, after being summoned by the master, her destiny, while she might be a splendid and perfect knight dressed as a man in public, she turns into a super duper dragon that's clingy and spoiled, while retaining her cool and dry attitude when she's alone with master. But she'll snap if you make a fool of Aurora. Okay, so her allegiance will forever... I like that. I like that. I like that doesn't suddenly change when you summon her. Her allegiance is always gonna stay with Aurora. I like that. Okay. That's always her number one allegiance. Morgan. In truth, she knew about Morgan, Ash, from before the Queen calendar started. However, back then she was nothing but a creature, so they never interfered with each other. Acknowledging her not as a fairy of paradise, but as Morgan, the queen of the land of the Fae, despite Melusine being listless at heart, she serves her earnestly as a knight. I'm surprised she could continue doing something... I'm surprised she could continue doing something annoying, like ruling over the Faefolk for 2000 years. Since Her Majesty has such strong perseverance, she would surely cover for me when I cause a problem one day. With a carefree and innocent smile on her face, Melusine spills her true feelings to master alone. Tamlin Tristan. She's incompatible with the free and uncontrolled Tristan who breaks humans by treating them as toys. In simple terms, their tastes don't match. But since Melusine is bad with words, she told Tristan she had bad taste, and from then on, their relationship got worse. Tristan had been prejudiced against Melusine from the beginning. I've more things I like than you. It's fun how I can get whatever I took a liking to. That's what she told her, but in truth, since Tristan didn't know what true love, devoting herself, hurting herself was, yet, she found Melusine's appearance, as she devoted everything to her love, unpleasant. Makes sense. Fairy Knight Gawain. Gawain might seem bold and arrogant, but in truth, she's faithful to the rule of the wilderness, and even ended up falling in love with a human. Someone of a different race. Melusine approves of her. Since Gawain is also top class among the fairies when it comes to combat power, she took a liking to her as an opponent she could contend with. However, Gawain really hates Melusine's guts, so they are destined to never get along. Damn. Knight of the Round Table Lancelot. Since Morgan said Lancelot was just a right for her when Melusine received his name, she took highly of him while she was in the land of the Fae. While she still evaluates his ability and achievements as a knight highly, Her evaluation of everything else seems to have changed after coming to Chaldea. Understandable. And here I thought he was a quiet, composed, and unapproachable somber knight who would look good with an anguished look on his face. So this is what people are not what they see means. Thus spoke Melusine after throwing herself on the bed in her third ascension form. I mean, who would look good with an anguished look on his face? That's basically what happened to actual Lancelot before he became Berserker. Meanwhile, Master was doing their best to suppress the urge to go. Dragons are not what they seem either. I guess so. I guess so, Ritska. Percy, the only one in the land of the Fae to reciprocate the true affection she shared with them. Percival and Lancelot. The future of the land of the Fae, who would have surely improved if those two could have lived together as siblings without being separated. Despite knowing that, the dragon could not betray her yearning for the star, and her love plundered even her destiny. Okay. Servants with mechanical flying units. Melusine is always boasting about being the greatest flying unit in this planet, but that's because she wants to act as a senior. Anyway, while she might be eager to assert her dominance in terms of performance, that is not to belittle her opponent. Regardless of the opponent, after their aerial battle, she feels a sense of camaraderie towards them as a fellow conquerors of the skies. The feeling is very one-sided. Muramasa. He could endure my continuous attack in mid-air for 40 seconds despite being a humanoid type. Unforgivable. Okay. Morgan. She has established an absolute monarchy in Lostbelt, Britain, oppressing the Fae for over 2,000 years, the highest ranked fairy and a divinely brilliant mage. She bears Rongominiad, the Lance of the Wolves, and as a form of magecraft. 170 centimeters, 56 kilos. Man, a lot of them are really, like, I guess they all have, like, high heels and stuff. I was gonna say all of them are really tall, but I guess it's just high heels. Old English fairy lore tells of Morgan as a benevolent fairy of the lake, which was later adapted into Arthurian legend as a villainess opposing King Arthur. On the other hand, she is conflated with the fairy Vivienne, who bestowed the sacred sword upon King Arthur and guarded them after his death. Okay. In proper human history, Morgan was the daughter of Tintagel, the Fae child conceived by Igraine, the progeny of the British Isles, and later Arthuria's half-sister, as Morgan's mother Igraine wed King Uther. Arturia was designed as a human king as part of a human stratagem. Morgan, after learning that she was the true ruler meant to inherit the mystics of the British Isles, came to despise King Uther, her sister Arturia, and all humans who refused to swear fealty to her. This hatred was a major source of destruction in Britain. Morgan had many children who joined the Round Table. Gawain, Gaheris, Gareth, and Agravain were her children by the king of Orkney, while Mordred was a homunculus meant to defeat Arturia and created from both Morgan and Arturia's blood and essence. It's not hulking? Yeah, it's not hulking, it's just pretty tall. Taller than expected. Charisma of Yearning, B. The might of a ruler who was chosen to reign her subjects through fear, after suffering a lifetime of failure, disappointments, and despair. Protection by the Fae of the Lake. Morgan has been adrift for such a long time that its rank has decreased. Oh, that's its only C? Sure. The pride of a queen who faced death countless times only to rise again, reach the island to the world's end, and return to Britain. Only the Morgan who rules the British Lostbelt possesses this skill. The normal Morgan lacks it. It's a mighty vortex of curses that can decide victory or loss on the battlefield. Winterstorm incarnate. Also, can we get a ruler Morgan? Can we get PHH ruler Morgan as a servant? That'd be cool. Roadless Camelot. EX, of course. Anti-Fortress. The Utopia no longer within reach. The white-walled Castle Camelot, which Morgan longed to triumphantly enter all her life but was never able to. Her unfulfilled wish gave way to sorrow and eventually hatred. Her twisted desire for control and privilege, her burning homesickness, her aged humans, her loathing for Arturia, an identical being who sat upon the throne of Camelot. Those all warped Morgan into something bent on destroying the Round Table. This noble phantasm is her very being, expressed as magecraft. It embodies Morgan's love and resentment, momentarily traversing the path she can never walk, only to destroy it. Morgan's ultimate foe is not King Arthur. To defeat destiny, humanity, which one destroyed the Fae of Britain for her own convenience, she returned from the world's end and became a witch to curse the entire world. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. She should honestly have no desire to help humanity. We don't need to... She doesn't need to have desire to help humanity. Just let her be a villain. That's fine. Let her be an evil motherfucker. A cold, ruthless queen who trusts only in her own power. It isn't that she never trusts others, but they cannot be relied upon. Morgan's first priority is the orderly rule of the British Isles. She dislikes humans, fairies, weakness, ugliness, equality, and peace. From the perspective of her subjects, she's evil incarnate. Premise for summoning to Chaldea? I know, but like, you can make some shenanigans with that. You can make some shenanigans with that, you know. You can have a villain and then, you know, you do some shenanigans and they'll suddenly pop up in Chaldea. Yet she dislikes them, not because she finds them needless, but because they're incompatible with her. To Morgan, control is just. Anything which threatens that control is evil. Therefore, Morgan's personal preferences are unrelated to her standards of good and evil as sovereign. Even if she personally finds something distasteful, she'll openly acknowledge and tolerate it if it's necessary to her rule. Her absolute extreme values make her seem like a heartless machine. And that said, Morgan does have a heart. She's simply no longer capable of strongly feeling happiness and sadness and hatred and rage or love and romance. After so many years of single-mindedly protecting Britain, her heart has gone cold. Except for one last flicker of passion in her chest, a long-held yearning for her past self. Her goal to control Britain is the sole wish that still drives her. It is not a human-like dream from her youth, but rather simply what she was born to do. That is a truth she learned during her long, long journey. Morgan of proper human history is a storybook villain, with an infamously amorous, brutal, and impulsive character. But this Morgan had those aspects weathered away by the passage of time, leaving her a tranquil, intelligent woman, a frustrated or perhaps reformed nation-ruling beauty. I don't know about reformed, but okay. Anything from sensational pleasures to the thrill of hurting someone, to the exhilaration of self-fulfillment is, in Morgan's own words, boring. I tire of such things. However, her qualities are simply subdued, not gone. If she were to find herself in dire enough circumstances, her old wicked ways and preferences might re-emerge. MP line 3. This ruinous dream I cannot bear to see, no recompense, no salvation to be had. At the world's end, a bird sings of tomorrow. Let this be a sign. Rodless Camelot. Yes. I only desire one thing from my husband. Offer everything you have to me. That's more than one item? No, it's a single thing. It's very simple. I execute all who defy me, be they my subjects or family. That is how I ruled Faerie Britain for 2000 years. Yet history has lasted even longer than that. In that case, I consider amending my laws. I wondered about this for a long time. What are these... Wait, why are there berserker-class servants here other than me? Fire them all. We don't need them. Okay, sure. Bro. So this is what I liked in Faerie Britain. No, perhaps not. I could not have possessed it there. I once gained something more precious than myself. My 2000-year reign was over. How ironic. This time, I'll not fail. I'll craft laws that prevent the unexpected loss of both yourself and my ambitions. Oberon. Vermin, do not approach me. I should have crushed you the moment I first laid eyes upon you. Okay, kinda based, okay. Merlin is a nightmare incarnate. No matter how many times you try to kill him, he bounces back out of nowhere and leaves you with horrible memories. So the only thing to do is to lock him away. It's important to never approach him afterward. He'll just deceive you again with his willy tongue. Totorot. You aren't her. No, you aren't. You're a fairy from proper human history. A variant of your Faerie Britain self. Even so, a spade's a spade. My friend, my knight, how many times has your strength saved me in the time of need? Even if you're someone else, it makes me happy to see you smile. It does, but what's that noble phantasm? There's no need for such things at a wedding. How dare they? Damn you, Chaldea! Aww, this one's a cute one. Avalon Lefay, I see. So you found your destiny. Banshee, I'm glad to see you're feeling well, but... why do you like this, Banshee? You need to fix that habit of crying over things you broke yourself. Oh, that's so on brand. Oh, Ash's staff! The Fairy of the Lake was granted something more precious and brilliant than any other. It was granted only to her, born in the inner sea of the planet and dispatched to the surface, the proof of the Great Mother who creates the world. As long as she obeyed her mission from paradise, she would eventually reach the terminus of all elementals as the soul of the planet. However, she discarded that promised glory, for it was not her own wish. Her staff of healing became a spear to strike down her foes. The light in her eyes that she was born with faded in battle. By the end of her long journey, she had lost a great many things. In exchange, she gained the stark white throne. This was the tale of Britain that she desired, and yet she still remembers the days when she was loved at the world's end, her gentle price of a dream she left behind at a stone throne. Harimi, I'm talking about proper human history, Morgan. Not this, Morgan. Okay. Yep. Past events that would distort her own attributes, past necessary for her survival so she could rule as queen. The labor she put herself through to preserve her can only be described as insane. Fair enough. She once had eyes capable of perceiving the truth, but now she lost them. That said, her eyes are still vastly more arcane than human eyes, sure. Wait. Fae don't need mystic codes, but due to Morgan's origin, she manufactured many magical items. Some magical items are in the centuries or millennia class, including the Garden of Lost Will and the Transporting Water Mirror. Almost a genius. Capital Sin was built. Weapons of this territory, sure. Personal skills. From the edges of the world A, the pride of the queen who returned from the verge of death numerous times, withstood the curse of world termination at the edges of the world, and returned to Britain, a powerful wall of curses that defines who wins and who loses on the battlefield, the embodiment of the winter storm. Her skill is the Lostbelt King, which the regular Morgan doesn't have. Personality, she has mixed human and fairy blood, and because she was given too many roles to play the proper human history, Morgan developed multiple personalities when she became an adult, allowing her to switch between 3 major roles. Morgan, the good big sister who supported her little sister Arturia. Vivian, the lake fairy who loved the planet. Fata Morgana, scion of Britain, the evil queen attempting to control humanity. It's not hard to imagine how much these conflicting roles twisted and tormented Morgan. Motives and attitude towards the master, she looks after them as the mage who summoned her. She takes no issue with the master's level of skill, because from Morgan's perspective, a first class and a third class are equally human mages. Hopelessly inferior creatures. Thus Morgan sees herself as the one above. She's the king and her master is merely her vassal, or her husband, wife. Her feelings towards her master are comparable to her feelings towards her tools. She holds no gratitude or special attachment. That said, sometimes a dollar store tool can become someone's favorite. It would make sense for someone with a life as harsh as hers to get a bigger kick from an ultra-class lucky event. For example, a freebie toy ring from a temple's summer festival can be summer festival can be something one never forgets their whole life. Okay, I do kind of like that. Very consistent with her character. She doesn't suddenly just feel very attached to us out of nowhere. That's cool. She sees us as a tool, in a way. Her favorite tool. That's cool. Arturia Kester. Among all generations of Avalon of Fae, none must have been as foolish, as stubborn, and as fortunate as her, because regardless of what it took to get there, in her last moments, she saw the ideal star none of us ever reached. Hope. Habituat. She is one of the very few wonderful things in pan-human history. Don't let yourself forget that. Mordred. We sometimes pass by each other in the hallways, and every time we do, she passes by me, gnawing her teeth with an expression that can be interpreted as either hatred, resignation, or sadness. It's almost vexing that I have nothing I can say to her. Gawain Gareth. Both knights are like undistorted rays of sunshine. There was more to the pan-human Morgan than just vengefulness, and those two can be taken as proof of that. Barghest. She's my most trusted fairy knight. Her tendency to prioritize the jobs no one wants to do is very deserving of praise. Even Ash the Savior would have applauded her contributions in the battle against a certain calamity. Banshee. Yeah, she's my daughter and the successor to Faerie Britain's throne. Raising any objections? The Fae can't obey someone without a vicious personality, and when their abilities grow too great, they stop obeying even me. Her lack of ability won't be a problem. I'll make all the mystical she needs to have Faerie Britain in the palm of her hands. Melusine, the strongest knight in Faerie Britain, no matter the form of combat. I gifted her the name of Lancelot as proof of that. Our relationship was supposed to be one on equal terms, but I made her my vassal in order to free her from the fate she's cursed with. And she seems to hold some respect for me. Therefore, she follows my orders, but ultimately, respect is not what she's a martyr to. It was love that made the dragon carcass crash to the ground. Yep. Ash. I'll save her story for another occasion. Nice. Oh boy, the final one, I think, right? Because I think... Oh no, Muramasa's then. That's the final one. Whew. We are almost 2 hours into the stream, man. Okay. Oh. Oh. Oberon. First introduced in Fae Roundtable Domain, Avalon of Fae. This servant was summoned to Britain to defeat Morgan, the ruler of Faerie Britain. Oberon has been known in the British Isles since ancient times, but this version strongly resembled his portrayal in Shakespeare's A Midsummer Night's Dream. He's fairly capable in combat, but excels in intelligence gathering and combat support, risking life and limb to ensure the success of Chaldea's mission. This trusty Fairy King puts his heart and soul into securing Britain's true future. Yes, of course. Agree. 17 centimeters, 6 kilos when Fae. Damn, he's 6 kilos when Fae? Okay. Germanic folklore. Chaotic evil, of course. My true name, let me think. Fairy King Oberon's nice, but the more names I have, the more convenient it is for me. Water Prince or maybe Robin Goodfellow. There's a lot of them, you know. Oh. Perhaps the most famous depiction of Oberon is of the Fairy King who appears in the Shakespeare comedy A Midsummer Night's Dream. In the play, Oberon is described as powerful but with a selfish and immature disposition. A Midsummer Night's Dream follows two lovers named Lysander and Hermia as chaos erupts around them over the course of a single night. The Oberon of the play quarrels with the queen Titania over her new page, and to punish her, Oberon plans to use a concoction that causes one to fall in love with the first person they lay eyes on, and then makes the page his own. However, the juice was entrusted to a fairy servant named Robin Goodfellow, whose negligence caused Lysander and Demetrius to be affected by the juice. Oberon has been mentioned in numerous other works as well. In a 15th century work titled Juan of Bordeaux, he was portrayed as a king of the forest of fairies, who could use magic which granted all types of wishes. Winter, not water? Sure. Winter Prince, yeah. When night falls, the allied party... Evening Shroud EX. When night falls, the allied party experiences a great success and a sense of escape from reality, which leads to an increase in their will to fight. This skill is almost identical to Merlin's dreamlike charisma. Nice. Morning Lark EX. When morning breaks, the allied party experiences a great increase in morale and self-worth. This is a type of forced doping that increases the target's magical energy, though only temporarily. The effect is lost with time, so deploy noble phantasms with great caution. Divinity minus, yes. Oberon's queen, Titania, is formed from a combination of numerous fairies and goddesses. Maeve, Diana, Titan. And thus she possesses divinity. Oberon is a fairy king without any other elements mixed in. So he has not acquired the divinity. Okay. Rhyme Goodfellow. Profile 6. Noble Phantasm, of course. That's Ascension 1 and 2. Tale of a Dream. Held aloft yonder. Oberon's rhyme of an unfinished paradise. He spreads his wings magnificently and scatters scales everywhere to forcibly transform the target's body, spirit origin, into a mental corpus of the dream world, and so prevents them from functioning in the real world. It's a grand magecraft that's superficially similar to a reality marvel, or so he claims. Those who fall into the dream become invincible in exchange for becoming unable to intervene in reality. Here we go, Ascension 3, baby. His true identity is not a heroic spirit from proper human history, but a servant born in Faerie Britain. He's a doomsday device that curses the world. Born from the abyssal worm of Fae British legend set to return all to nothingness. The name Oberon was simply taken from proper human history. His name of the Fairy Kingdom is Vortigern, and he shares the same name as King Vortigern, the tyrant who led Britain to destruction by selling off the nation to various tribes. Oberon the Big Liar. His existence and even his name are lies. When his true nature is revealed, he declares without a hint of shame, "I've nothing I like," as the edges of his mouth curl upward. Obviously, this is a lie as well, since not a single thing he says is true. Total length 1440 kilometers. Holy. When worm. Okay. Origin. Faerie Britain, Fate Grand Order. Yes, of course. My true name? Yeah, it's also Vortigern. So what? Don't you remember me saying that having more names, the better? There's a forest called the Autumn Woods, located in Wales, on the outskirts of Faerie Britain. It is inhabited by powerless insectoid fairies, or small fairies whose innocence and low intelligence make them unable to assimilate with the fairies of Britain who had taken to mimicking human society. Fairies who felt out of place in Faerie Britain, fairies who fled because they were bullied, fairies who were persecuted for simply existing and reviling for spreading poison, also gathered in this forest and ended up dying helplessly. It was in this forest inhabited by those who had nothing else to go, or those who were hated and died in obscurity, that the Vortigern of this age, Oberon, emerged. Damn. Oberon is a servant born from the British Isles, as well as being a doomsday device, Vortigern, created by the British Isles. He appeared as numerous forms of malice in the past, the Morse King being one of them, and led the British Isles to destruction. Once Morgan's era of the High Queen began, he was thwarted twice, which led to the creation of Oberon. He's popular with Britain's fairies because of his resemblance to the Wind and Wing clans, the most noble of all clans in Faerie Britain, but he's not a fairy at all. In fact, he's a single insect, ignobly, born from the emotional excrement embodying the island's revulsion for living things. Discussed that a long-dead history has continued for over 10,000 years, and that the desire to eliminate everything that lives on the island as well as all traces of the island itself. In an ironic turn of events, when the British Isles produced the ancient fairy Oberon, his spirit origin overlaps with that of the fairy king Oberon thanks to the influence of proper human history that Morgan brought in. That is how his purpose as a doomsday device and his nature as Oberon the king of fairies are able to coexist. Okay. Oberon is a servant born from the British Isles, as well as being a doomsday device, Vortigern, created by the British Isles. He appears as numerous forms of malice in the past, the Morse King being one of them, and led the British Isles to destruction. Since Morgan's era of the High Queen began, he was thwarted twice, which led to the creation of Oberon. He is popular with British fairies because of his resemblance to the Wind and Wing clans, the most noble of all clans in Faerie Britain, but he's not a fairy at all. In fact, he's a single insect, ignobly, born from the emotional excrement. Okay. Embodying the island's revulsion, living things, all traces of Ireland. In a running turn of events, when the British House produced the ancient Faerie Oberon, his spirit origin overlapped with the Faerie King Oberon, thanks to the influence of proper king. Okay, that's the same. What? It's repeating? Okay. It's the same? Yeah. These two are the same, okay. Lie like Vortigun. Range unlimited, great. Maximum targets unlimited, great. Anti-walled, sure. Eye of a dreaming falling yonder. The true form and noble phantasm of the Oberon brought into existence by Faerie Britain. Wow. He transforms into a hollow insect tasked with Britain's destruction, the evil dragon Vortigun, and he swallows the entire world with his giant blender-like mouth and esophagus, hollow, to bring it to ruin. It doesn't kill the targets, but rather serves as a path to another world, which plunges them into an abyss devoid of any light. Okay. Ending of Dreams, EX. The Terminal Dream. A skill that enhances a single servant. The affected servant's abilities are augmented to an extraordinary degree, but at the end of the turn, all effects expire and the target falls into an eternal slumber. Those who lose their dreams shall never gain the will to awaken back to reality. Oh, okay. Fey Eye. Eyes. A form of vision innate to fairies which converts the world. It's different than the mystic eyes some humans possess. Is it the same? No. They're said to be the eyes of greater fairies who can pierce through all falsehoods and reveal the truth, and they can show Oberon the malice, flaws, and inner nature of intelligent beings. Okay. Anti-humanity D. The power to put a hold on all things humanity produces and the laws that work in humanity's favor. Normally the beast class possesses this skill. Yeah. Despite being unable to hate or hold a grudge against humanity, Oberon's eagerness and desire to eradicate humanity is as instinctive as breeding. This enables them to acquire the same skills as evils of humanity after eons of deception and biding his time. Simply put, it is a form of malice that subtly seduces the direction or the mood of the target's hearts and minds towards baser, more evil things. Furthermore, he's on profoundly poor terms with Merlin, another resident of the Dreamworld. Oberon rejects all support and aid from Merlin. This rift was born of their different attitudes towards your tale, and Oberon dedicates almost all his powers of the skies to deceive Merlin. Thus, Merlin is unable to perceive Oberon. And whenever someone speaks to Oberon through clairvoyance, Merlin sees that person as simply speaking to themselves. Yep, we saw that. Midsummer Night's Dream, EX. The curse Oberon has been inflicted with ever since his inception. Okay. While these visions did appear, and this weak and idle team, no more yielding but a dream. One of the most famous fairy plays, A Midsummer Night's Dream, closes with this soliloquy, which is also representative of Oberon's nature. In human history, the Fairy King's every word and action have been labeled as lies, cursing him to forever be unable to speak the truth. Damn those bastards, I'll destroy them one day. Oberon's aggression stems neither from jealousy nor from hatred, but rather from his love for Titania. However, he'll never admit to this aloud. Did you know that the expression, fake it till you make it, is itself a lie? Lies are lies, through and through. And just think of my words as, well, a single nice dream. Lies are lies. Well, Castoria. That Arturia, huh? I'm surprised to see that even she's here. Caldia really is brimming with dreams. Muramasa. If it isn't Muramasa, remember, you promised me you'd you'd make me a sword. Oh, you didn't. You must not be the Muramasa I know then. Then the promise doesn't count. Too bad. Yeah, this is the saber one. Morgan. Don't put me in a team with Morgan, alright? She definitely hates me. She'll catch and squish me even if I try to fly away. But wait, she hates bugs. Maybe she'll let me go then? Yeah, surely. Maeve. Wait, Maeve rocks. So that's what she's like when she lives for love. I prefer the version that lives for life the way she wants. That lives her life the way she wants, sure. Dear William Shakespeare, thank you for the wonderful script. I'll treasure it all my life. I'd like to take it with me to the grave. And done. Would you deliver this to that shit stain for me? Oh, careful. I put a ton of poison into that wax seal, so absolutely do not touch it. Okay, rude. A bit rude, don't you think? Nursery rhyme. Hello there, young lady. I'm going to hold a tea party where there are no readers left, so would you like to come? When there are no readers left. I see. I figured you'd say that. Smart, nursery rhymes. Smart. You did say no, right? I'm guessing she said no. Smart. Merlin. Merlin, the mage of flowers. I've always wanted to meet him. Flowers can't flourish without insects, and insects can't live without flowers. Each is indispensable to the other. Just like the relationship between lies and truth. Doesn't that excite you? Oh. She would go. I feel like she can know different. I feel like Nursery Rhyme would like defeat Oberon with like one finger probably, right? Surely. She would win. I don't like debt collectors. I wish they trust me. I'll pay them back eventually. Nice. Hi there. So this is Chaldea. I heard about it, but being here in person sure sends shivers down my spine. Oh right, I better introduce myself. I'm Oberon. Oberon, the king of fairies. As you know, I'm a king only in name, but I'm good at putting people at ease. I'm not very strong, but I'll try to be helpful. It's nice to meet you. What the hell? Why is this happening? Oh, I see. Lies will keep on circulating until the human's order stabilizes. Ah, fine, I give up. That's just the kind of person you are. My name's Oberon. You called me, so I'll help you out, even if it disgusts me to the core. Bond 5, Ascension 3. There's nothing special about me. Everyone dreams of an end, whether they have something precious or not. A death without responsibility, an ending you can't change. Humans are bound to have times they see that as salvation. Son of Morgan and Julius Caesar? That's crazy. That's crazy. Conversations, Ascension 3. So she reached her destination in the end. Such a foolish, hopeless girl. Well, actually, she's not hopeless. Actually, I guess that's a lie. Ah, I see you. I see you, because she has hope. I see you. I do think I did Barghest dirty, yeah? Still, she reaped what she sowed, didn't she? She was batshit crazy from the word go. Should I really be getting the blame here? Yeah, probably. Probably should. We'll not get chocolates today, will we? Probably not. Probably tomorrow. Oh, you summoned Banshee from Faerie Britain instead of proper human history. Don't tell me you're thinking of rehabilitating her. An evil flower is so wicked to the root, you know? Melusine. Oh shit, Albion's here. Scatter! It's really too bad though. What would have happened if the ugly beast had consumed Albion? Aren't you a little curious? If that ugly beast had consumed Albion. You were my nemesis. If you just minded your own business, I never would have been born. I had to do everything within my power to kill you. Despite all that, I never even got to face you when you died. So let me be clear. I didn't hate the picture book you drew. I didn't hate it. Is that a lie? I don't know. Bro, I don't know. Isn't everything that he says a lie? A lie? Oh, this? Koyanskaya makes sense, yeah. That one isn't? But isn't everything that he says supposed to be a lie? I don't know. Reg a bit. Oh wait, I've got the wrong person. I mean, the wrong horse. That guy's amazing. So he's the same kind of character over here too. That means he'll survive until the very end. It's either a lie or it will turn into a lie one way or another. It turns into a lie. Okay. Any Lostbelt king. The rulers of the Lostbelts. I respect them, of course. After all, such and every one of them yielded to Chaldea. So wise, so mature. Those kings and queens. Oh, but don't lump me in with them. We're just a bunch of wretched losers. I, on the other hand, actually accomplished what I set out to do. How did that turn into a lie? Dislikes. Things I dislike. Too many to list. Short answer is everything. Holy Grail is filled with mud. It's just like the mud I was born from. I, who wishes for the end. That's what humans desire, isn't it? He said everything he says is a lie, but that too is a lie. Yeah, but if that is a lie, then that means that it isn't a lie because it turned into a lie because he said that everything that he says turns into a lie, and if that turned into a lie, then he's telling the truth. And if he's telling the truth, then he's lying. I think he just paradoxed himself. Actually. Yeah, liar's paradox, yeah. The princess of the Autumn Woods fell in love. She fell in love with the prince who, even from the moment of his birth, was like a corpse. While the others in the forest were in high spirits upon his arrival, she simply gazed at him from afar. Even when the prince stood up, and even after she caught a glimpse of his heart, the princess never wavered. It was the place the scarlet fairies gathered. Even though the prince ridiculed the other fairies as the dregs of Faerie Britain, he never did move his residence away from the Autumn Woods. However, whenever he did something good, he would carefully wash his hands in the forest river. Whenever he did something bad, he would collapse on a leaf while his wings were still dirty. The prince loathed everything about Britain. So too did he loathe the fairies of Autumn Woods. But I'm no god. You can't expect me to care for a bunch of losers who just disappear on their own. Having learned what the prince truly despised, the princess promised herself she would flap her wings until the end for his sake, believing that she was the only one who could warm his cold limbs. This is a fragment of an untold tale, the story of a proud princess, a liar hid from the world. Okay. Territory creation. The skill shows is now a king. Wait. Paradoxically, the skill shows that Oberon is now a king in name only. Oberon keeps a secret and does his best to avoid revealing his territory creation's abilities ranked low. Oh. E minus? That's crazy. E minus. How we can understand Oberon better, and Asa replied with you don't. Yeah, fair enough. Ability to create items, tricolored grass do. Manages to curse every fairy queen, even Fairy Queen Titania, sure. Dream's End. An enhancement skill applied to a single target will get an empire. Okay, we saw that earlier. Aptitude towards the master. The soul. Wait. Eternal sleep also nullifies revival effects like guts instead of the target exiting the party like a sacrifice that will remain in the party as dead weight that wastes a slot towards the merit ever. Does it also. I'm guessing it also affects unremovable guts as well, right? Like, let's say Heracles' Bonsi. I'm guessing it does, yeah. Attitude towards the Master. The sole helper from pan-human history who assisted and guided Chaldea and Master on their journey throughout Faerie Britain. To the Master, who was like an older brother, a friend, and occasionally a strict teacher, and he continued to look after the Master's spirits in their ongoing struggles. It should. Summoned as a servant, Oberon, as a playable unit, acts as a guardian to support his Master, while keeping his basic aspects hidden. He's Merlin's associate and rival in terms of performance and character. Actually, no, he doesn't. Oh shit. Oh shit. CE guts still remain. I mean, it doesn't really matter when it comes to like gameplay, but I guess that's cool. Historical image and character. The Fairy King in Shakespeare's play A Midsummer Night's Dream. He has a falling out with his queen Titania over how her new changeling, and in retaliation, he uses a potion that makes a person. Oh, we saw that earlier. Yep, we saw that earlier. Oberon. Germanic folklore, he has appeared in legends across various countries, perhaps because the power of his name holds or the ease in which it could be used. In Nibelungen, he appears as a dwarf fairy knight. In the French romance, Pont de Bordeaux, a 3-foot-tall fairy is an incarnation of nature. Due to these various folktales, Oberon is often referred to as the fairy king in theatrical plays, and Shakespeare's A Midsummer Night's Dream seems to have entrenched this epithet. It's where Siegfried is from? That's cool. Ostracized fairies would wander the outskirts of Faerie Britain and establish settlements. Examples include the Nameless Forest, where the mystery of loss has enveloped the entire forest until the Lord of Cornwall, Foulweather, was obliterated, and the Autumn Woods, where the trees and vegetation are perpetually in a weathered state. Oberon became the fairy king of Autumn Forest, but there was originally a queen who ruled over the weaker fairies. Her name was Blanca, an ancient fairy who inherited the Autumn Forest. She is said to be a princess of a clan who was transformed into her current form via a curse, or a fairy who drifted from the Lostbelt from pan-human history, but no one knows the truth. This snow-white moth fairy, in exchange for being born speechless, is not corrupted by the Autumn Forest stagnation. Like humans, she's not poisoned by gossip and rumors. The only blessing Blanca had given the fairies of the Autumn Forest was live to fight another day, though she did her best to keep to herself, positioning herself in the branches of the tall trees and watching over the forest day by day. It wasn't until Oberon appeared in the Autumn Forest that she left the treetops and began to appear in front of others. Usual weapons. Basically, he uses his bare hands, but he doesn't really hold his arms out and perform supernatural abilities. He focuses on rather crude close combat, kneeling on the ground, rolling around, closing in on his opponent, using various weapons made from dead insects. Examples include Hippolyta's spear, but shaped like a bow, Theseus' armor, but shaped like a spear, and Heracles' loincloth, but shaped like dual-wielding daggers. Sure. Sure. Even his weapons are fake, I guess so. Artoria Caster, he knows that she's a child of prophecy who will save Faerie Britain, and treats her accordingly. He believes that oh my... Master of Chaldea, he believes that they are the final actor to show up the Faerie Britain and treats them accordingly. Great, no information. Da Vinci, a wise individual who has made Oberon break out in a cold sweat on more than one occasion. There was nothing he could do about her, since she was never alone. Get it, she fulfilled her role well. Noria, the second candidate for the Child of Prophecy. They had a good relationship partially because they shared a common goal of overthrowing Morgan. They really do not give many lines to him because of his nature. That's crazy. Spriggan Woodrose, the chiefs of the fairy clans to be overthrown. He knows both of their weaknesses. Aurora, she's difficult to deal with, so it's best not to deal with her at all. Percival, a noble knight who is brave and dependable, which is why he'll exit the stage midway through the performance. The implication that Oberon would murder Da Vinci, I was like, excuse me? Oberon Vortigern, Pretender. The fact that his class would shift every time in the script proves that everything about him was a lie to begin with. Class skills. We saw that. Nope. Reasonably skilled at mounting creatures, he handles intangible matters such as trans information and interpersonal relationships with ease. Yep. Yeah. He's 100% immune to mental abnormalities. Oh, wait, really? Wait, does he have 100% mental debuff immune in his passive? That's kind of crazy. Item construction. He was the type of person who couldn't be bothered to craft items, but when he ended up in a situation where he was forced to do, he discovered he had a genuine talent for it. Great. Interesting. Evening Shroud, EX. What's up? Oh shit, apply mental debuff curse immune to yourself. He does have it. Interesting. I feel like he can be pretty good in this. I'm guessing that applies to Cernunnos fight, right? If you bring him to Cernunnos fight, he can just tank up all of the curses for free. Okay. Nightfall. Nightfall is bringing great success to the party. Oh yeah, we saw that. Morning breaks, raising self-esteem. Yep, we saw that. Use the dream as fuel to soar through these unflyable skies. Oh, don't worry about what comes after. You have no reason to wake up after you crash. Okay, I won't worry then. Noble Phantasm. Eye of a Dream Falling Yonder. 999 people? Okay. Lilac Vortigan. Sure. Personality. A handsome man with dark hair as a shadow, sunken blue eyes, and sharp protruding limbs. He's evil incarnate, looking like a villain straight out of a fairy tale. A prince of darkness. Since everything he says and does becomes a lie, he never speaks the truth. He states his purpose in life is to watch people fall into ruin, but it's impossible to know whether he's telling the truth or not. The reason why he spreads misfortune and looks down on everyone around him isn't because he loves only himself and wants only himself to be happy. It is because he finds everyone and everything utterly revolting. He has no love for others, nor for himself. At the end of Lostbelt 6, when Oberon reaches out towards the illusion of Titania while falling to his fantasies in Albion's spirit cavern, he does so not because he's searching for the only person who understands him, his lover who might bring him salvation. It is due to his sorrow and hope over his non-existent fated partner. Oberon isn't sad about not being able to see Titania himself. Rather, he's enraged that she could never exist in this world. He dreams of Titania's happiness more than his own salvation. Read this after Oberon's Valentine if you want to watch it. Sure, I'm gonna, I guess, wait for a bit. I might watch it. If not, we can come back to this. Artoria Caster. Ugh, I can't believe I dug myself into a hole. You might feel lonely looking for a star you know doesn't exist, but it's also kind of fun. I sure let my tongue slip there. That's exactly opposite of what Child of Prophecy, Bit and Savior, should be doing. Okay. Master of Chaldea. I told them they were nothing more than a spectator. Then they came up on stage. Onto an empty stage with the curtains closed and the lights out no less. How far are they willing to go, I wonder? Pretty far. Da Vinci. Being a theorist must be a pain in the ass, even if you have an underlying suspicion that someone isn't who they seem. You can't do anything about it until you have proof. She was a tricky opponent, but an easy one too at that. Okay, interesting. Gareth. A knight who couldn't even save a single person, but as a result, she became a knight who changed her fate. But good grief, I never wanted things to go that far. Not that I'll ever admit it. Nonoria. A woman who actualized her dreams, but never got to relish in it for even a second. If she ever gets another opportunity, I'll cut her some slack. Spriggan Woodrose. Thanks, I couldn't have done it without you folks. But you know, Woodrose, couldn't you have been just a tad weaker? I really thought I was going to be game over back then. Huh? Doesn't that mean Gareth was helping me too at the time? Sure. Aurora. I enjoyed chatting with her. Had zero substance to her words whatsoever. But hey, isn't that how life is 80% of the time? Yeah. Percival, he was supposed to exit the stage, halfway through the performance, but he managed to hang on until the end. I didn't mean to prolong his pain, but if he was fine with it, then that is his choice. Okay. Nursery rhyme. I asked her if she wanted to have a party with me if humans are ever eradicated. Of course, I was immediately turned down with a smile. Such a thing will never happen as long as we exist. I feel lonely, but that's life. That's not the case with stories, however. Wow. Wow, that is a crazy profile. Okay. Last one. Oh, he's smaller than Banshee. Muramasa is smaller than Banshee. Okay, interesting. Doesn't surprise me that he's smaller than Morgan, but smaller than Banshee? Damn, okay. Grandpa. Short King? Short King. A swordsmith from Kuana of the Ise province, whose title was Uemon no Jo during the Bunki era of Japan. He's considered to be the founder of the swordsmith school, famed for forging the sharpest sword of the Warring States period of Japan. While some documents stating to the Edo period claim that Muramasa's school lasted for 3 generations, from the Joji era, 1362 to 1368, to the Ue era, 1394 to 1428, the oldest sword confirmed to have come from the Muramasa school was made during the first year of the Bunki era, 1501. The oldest... wow, okay. For this reason, in this game, Muramasa of the Bunki era will be treated as the founding generation. Shorter, yeah. Sith has really high heels, I know, but he still has to look up at her. He appears in the 7 Duels of Swordmasters as a heroic spirit sent by the Counterforce, and he appears as a heroic spirit summoned by the foreign god in this world that was wiped clean. What truths does this man hide? What are his motivations? Huh? There's nothing mysterious about me. All I care about is doing my job right. I've got a heart of a dying old man and a body that can take all sorts of abuse. Is this what you call regaining one's youth? All sorts of abuse, huh? Chaotic balanced. Okay. Personality. An old man who dedicated his entire life to forging swords. Upon his manifestation, he took on the appearance of a vital young man, but he's mentally closer to his older self. He's brash, does not hesitate, and hardly gives a thought to for the consequences of his actions. He's often blunt, and would be a bit of a stretch to say he's friendly. Though he may initially come off as cold-hearted, he is quite caring, even chivalrous, when one takes the time to get to know him. This may be Muramasa himself, but it is at least partially the influence of his vessel's personality, or it could be that his persona is simply that of his vessel, had the boy grown to be an old man. He's a workaholic who takes pride in a job well done, no matter who his client is or what the job entails. He may often be ruthless or even cold when it comes to his work, but at the same time, he has the integrity to never do heretical work. During Japan's Warring States period, when a vast number of swords were made, many renowned swordsmith workshops existed through Japan. At times, these swordsmiths would assist the warriors by repairing the swords that were damaged during battle. Among these craftsmen, a swordsmith from Kuana in the Ise province named Senji Muramasa was known to be a master, and his swords were especially sought after by the warriors of Mikawa. There's one particular legend about the swords from the Muramasa clan. The legend said that these swords were demonic blades, and they were to bring calamity to the house of the Tokugawa shogunate. The sword that killed Ieyasu's grandfather, Matsudaira Kiyoyasu. The sword that wounded Ieyasu's father, Hirotada. The sword that beheaded his eldest son, Matsudaira Nobuyasu, during his seppuku trial. And the sword that wounded Ieyasu himself. All of those were said to have borne the maker's mark of Muramasa. Oh shit. The legendary demonic swords that slay the Tokugawa. Muramasa was truly a terrifying blade. Muramasa's swords are often portrayed as blood-soaked demonic blades in several kabuki plays and other narratives, as well as legends that revolve around the adversaries of the Tokugawa clan. Yui Shosetsu, who plotted to overthrow the shogunate in 1651 AD, is said to have owned a Muramasa blade, and Sanada Yukimura is also said to have owned one according to the series of biographies titled Meisho Kotogiroku. Yui Shosetsu, huh? By the Bakumatsu period, Saigo Takamori led prominent figures in an attempt to overthrow the shogunate, and they also sought out the Muramasa. During the Boshin War, it said that the Prince Arisugawa Taruhito, the Governor General of the East, wielded the Muramasa blade. Territory creation A. Senji Muramasa uses his own workshop, he forges his base. Obviously the skill is different from what mages use, but his class skill is thought to have been granted to him upon his manifestation as a servant as an interpretation of his abilities. He possesses an unparalleled territory creation ability, so he was an eminent craftsman. Connoisseur of blades. This skill is similar to Aesthetic Appreciation and represents outstanding understanding of armaments, a skill that allows them to instantly discern how to fight against normal weapons, not normal phantasms. The user gains an understanding of armaments other than swords if the skill is ranked above A. For allies, the skill can give sound advice and provide insight into the enemy's weakness. Sire's Third Omen, a skill derived from the legends about the sword being the Muramasa signature, the so-called Wicked Swords of Muramasa. The swords created by Senji Muramasa and his school are said to bring misfortune to the leaders of the Tokugawa clan. In FGO, this skill is used as a special attack against administrators and kings. Oh, ill? Oh, wait, what? Where was that? Sire's Ill Omen. Oh, because it's capitalized. I see. I see. Tameshimono B+, an exercise meant to test the sharpness and steadiness of a sword. Senji Muramasa is able to draw out the power within a weapon he touches, and if he's willing, he can release the weapon's full strength, though this destroys it in a single swing. Kamikai A, an ability that's dormant within one's body. It's a variation of clairvoyance, and enhances both static and kinetic eyesight. It is a type of insight specialized for combat. He lacked the proper foresight of eyesight, insight, foresight of clairvoyance, or at least that was supposed to be the limitation. But with Muramasa spending his lifetime peering into destiny of the flames of his forge, his eagle-eyed gaze not only enabled him to capture the prey, but also fate itself. Oh. Flame EX, using one's whole body and soul to work the forge, to the point of burning themselves. Every path, every desire, every injustice, all of it has been for this single swing. Tsumukari Muramasa, Anti-Personnel. Unalloyed Blade Works, a noble phantasm that creates the ultimate sword, after depleting a unique reality marvel, a wasteland of countless swords similar to the heroic spirit Imiya's unlimited blade works. All the swords shatter and scatter like snow crystals to reveal a single blade in Senji Muramasa's hand. A single slash from this cuts time, space, and even fate. The blade's name, Tsumukari Muramasa. The term Tsumukari refers to Tsumukari no Tachi, the sacred sword of Amano Murakumo, Kusanagi, that emerged from the tail of Japan's greatest serpent and calamity, the red-eyed, eight-headed, and eight-tailed monster called Yamata no Orochi, which was killed by Susanoo no Mikoto. Yup, I remember that. I remember that. That's cool. Bond 3. My spirit origin uses a modern person's body as a vessel. Happened because if you summoned Muramasa himself, you would have ended up with a decrepit geezer. Slip of the tongue. The heroic spirit Muramasa simply offered his skills to the physical body. So that's why my temperament and nature don't really reflect Muramasa. Rather, it reflects the vessel's personality. Yeah. It reflects the vessel's personality where he grew old. Where he to grow old. Oh, were he to grow old, okay. But honestly, I never thought there would be someone else who would have the same principles, live a similar life, and be as stubborn as I am. There sure is, my man, there sure is. You've been eating properly. If you're getting hungry, tell me. I may not be that comfortable financially, but I can at least support one young sapling. What? You receive a lucrative salary. You're afraid of gaining weight from the delicious meals you eat 3 times a day. Well, fine then, get the hell out of my face. I'll be honest, I wasn't up to the task of being Muramasa initially. I may be Muramasa, but my persona is based on the hypothetical notion of this body living Muramasa's life. You know, it's like that book Murasaki's reading about some modern person getting reborn in the Bunki period of Japan. And that's why I felt like I was just in someone's dream. But now I think this Muramasa's alright, since I gained a good apprentice. And I can't go and die before they do, right? Nice. Murasaki is just reading a freaking cultivation manga or novel. Great. Conversation 3. Without a master, a servant can't manifest. Without a servant, a master won't last long. It's a give and take relationship. That hasn't changed. Not even since my past life. Musashi. Miyamoto Musashi. Yeah, I know Musashi. The female one, actually. She was a scrappy swordsman, but she also had such dignity. That's one of the few memories Muramasa brought back to the throne with him. You can do that? Sure. Classic throne. I do hope that vagabond managed to reach what she sought in the end. Emiya. You know that archer with the big old flappy red cloak? Not a fan. Don't know why, but I get the willies whenever I see him. He's some kind of bug or something. Emiya Alter. Nothing makes sense here. I don't get the same spine-tingling sensation from him, but something's definitely not right. To begin with, he doesn't treat his weapons with care. Oh, I get it. He's one of those types who's all in on commercialism, right? Artoria Pendragon. The King of Britain is here, right? You best let her know that you're thinking straight up. Kings like that one, tend to take all the burdens onto themselves otherwise. Is it weird for me to be concerned about others? I can't help it when I'm really worried, okay? Any Artoria Pendragon. You know, I forged a lot of copies of the same blade, but don't you think there's just too many of you, Your Majesty? You planning on filling every role yourself? Yeah. Yagyu Tajima no Kami Munenori. Yeah, it's a great sword instructor of the Tokugawa. Yeah, Muramasa's anti-Tokugawa. But it's not because I got a personal grudge against them, just something that got tacked on later, more or less fictionally. If Tokugawa was a fan of mine, then obviously they would have been carrying Muramasa's blade when they died. Artoria Caster, that energetic little girl. Staff of selection, I guess. Oh right, there's a girl carrying a staff like that around here. I don't know why, but she bows whenever she sees me. Have she and I met? On top of that, whenever I talk to her, she complains and says things like, "Not again, Muramasa." Well, I guess that ain't so bad. Plus, she has a hearty appetite. Oh. Grigory Rasputin, you're wondering what use a man who won't die is. So am I. And just use that fake priest as a meat shield. I mean, that's basically his role with skill 3. Dislikes. There's too many things I don't like. I can't name them all. If I had to pick one, it'd be that bastard Rasputin. Just seeing his face ticks me off for some reason. Of course. Saber, Senji Muramasa, I've come in answer to your summons. I'm just an ordinary blacksmith, but as a pseudo-servant, I suppose I can at least imitate the ways of a warrior too. Why the look? You somehow look both smug and surprised at the same time. Maybe I showed up a bit early. And then this is after LB6. Saber, Senji Muramasa, I've come in answer to your summons. I was wondering why I was made into a saber, but now I've got an idea as to why. Well, he has nothing to do with me that has been summoned here. The fact remains that he had the same face as me, and he went and raised hell. Work me as hard as you like. What continues on? Bond CE. The battle eventually ended and he returned to his work. He goes through his days, goes about his business, builds a home, loves, and gets involved in people's lives. As long as one is alive, there's suffering. Yet, even if one meets death, joy will live on. Life is not a single point. It is a continuous path that connects the past to the future. Well, there you have it. Take it. It's a keepsake, a souvenir. Even if we're all forgotten, it'll be a memento that everyone will see and know you did something great. Well, if you've taken a liking to it, make it a family heirloom and show it off to your kids or something. Sometimes one does not need to sever karma, but rather to make enduring connections. Honestly, I can't believe I made something magnificent without intending that it be used. Maybe I'm going senile. Yep. It was supposed to have a 2-turn stun after use. It should have killed him straight up, but that would be too convenient since he was implemented earlier than chapter 6 of part 2. The stun was removed to prevent spoilers. Instead the effect... Okay, sure. Like what iron, his soul is resistant to fatigue. With each strike, his way of life is further tempered. Not used in FGO. Okay. Tsumokari Natachi. According to one theory, Kusa is a word that indicates the decree of origin, and Zo is a word related to cutting, which together give Kusanagi the meaning of a sword that can cut well and frighteningly. Another theory gives the meaning of a sword that can cut out of a snake, since Kusa means odor and Nagi means a snake. Generally speaking, it's said that the name of the sword Kusanagi is a name linked to the later Yamato Takero legend. However, Motori Norinaga says in the Kojikiden that the sword was actually called the Kusanagi sword from the moment Susano took it in his hand. Figure from within FGO. He appears in the 7 Duels of Swordmasters. So the Counter Force Part 2 he appears as an enemy servant summoned by the foreign god, and in Chaldea as a heroic spirit of proper human history circa 2004 to 2015. Both are pseudo servants Muramasa casts down into the body of a modern person. They share Flaming Axe, okay. They share the same personality and character, but by the very nature of the servants, they are not identical. Though there is some record sharing between Sabers and Caster Muramasa. Caster Muramasa, okay. The record of Senji Muramasa, an alter ego, is not registered in the throne, but his deeds have been sublimated into a skill. Using one's whole body and soul to work the forge upon burning himself, yeah. At the very end of a pilgrimage, his actions and the inner state of the planet were engraved to the throne of heroes, resulting in the creation of this skill. Okay, makes sense. Makes sense. Apostle of the Foreign God. Foreign God is his job. He doesn't see himself as good or evil. He's just a man who wants to do a satisfactory job. Has attempted to assassinate Morgan in Britain, but was defeated by Tamlin Lancelot. After that, through a series of strange events, he joined the Chaldean party, and before the destruction of Britain, he says, "I'll finish my work and disappear." Since he was buried in the Sky Furnace, his soul didn't return to the throne of heroes, but the result of his work were inherited, changing the skill of Muramasa that was connected to the master. Musashi, you pushed through the wall, you are a big fool. It's only natural that you'll end up like that. In my altar, saw that you fool, the sword or the gun. Make it clear which one you want to live by. Rasputin, you're saying that I was an alter ego, when I was an alter ego, I fought alongside that guy? No. Nice. Arturia Kester, she's a cheerful girl, isn't she? Sometimes she becomes very polite as if she's a different person, but her roots are the same. The other day, she made me go along with the simulation saying, I'm thinking of making a new holy sword and I'd like you to take a look at it. Please take care of me, old man. Oberon, can you make a katana with a pure white blade and hilt? I sent him away because it was foolish and unreasonable order, but since I've gone through such great lengths to become a servant, I might as well give it a shot. He was a caster in Shimosa. Ah, okay, I didn't know that. I actually did not know that. That's cool. That's it. My voice is absolutely, like, my throat is extremely dead right now. I'm gonna go and make some more tea and then we can discuss. We're done. We're done with all of the profiles. Yeah. So let me get some more tea. Quickly go to the toilet and then we can discuss and get into my thoughts and stuff on LB6 as well. And this was after many cuts? Damn. Okay. Okay, BRB. Oh. That was long. That was very long. Yeah, yeah. Okay, but we now finished the longest part, basically. The longest segment that we had. No, it's fine. It's fine, Robert. Some information in this was cool. I think some of it was not pertaining really to LB6, like especially the Muramasa one. I think that was more so Zeno wanting me to read Muramasa profile, even though that was like 2 sentences that were actually pertaining to LB6, but it's fine. It's fine. Okay, yeah, that was fun though. That was fun reading all of those. Zeno, he'd never. I'm sure he wouldn't. Yeah, it was. Yeah. Let's talk about thoughts on LB6 finally. Right? As I said earlier, I wrote a lot of notes. I'm not gonna show you guys it directly, but I'm gonna read from them. So LB6 in its entirety. Alright, let's go like this. LB6 in... Get off of here. LB6 in its entirety. This was the most hyped up thing on my channel ever, probably. Like, maybe it's probably because it was live that I saw the hype way more than like in comments and stuff, but this was the most hyped up thing ever. Was LB6. From the first stream that I started doing FGO, people were talking about LB6, right? Everyone and their mother was hyping up LB6. So I did my best to like keep my expectations in check, right? I didn't want to get like overhyped on it. I did my best to like not expect too much, but no matter what no matter what it would have been, it was hard for it to get close to the hype of anything that it was built up as. And at the beginning, I will say I was getting worried because a lot of the beginning parts are purely setup, and so I was playing through it and I was like, okay, they're setting up a lot of things, but it's not necessarily very... I mean, they can't reveal their hands. So at the beginning, it definitely felt a bit, not necessarily slow, but it didn't feel like anything insane was happening. It just felt very... some interesting mystery behind it, but it was very much set up. And then definitely in part 2, there were a lot of moments that felt like they were the best moments of FGO so far, and part 3 as well had some of those moments, yeah, as well. So I think a lot of the moments, this definitely had some of the best moments in FGO, and I think I can pretty comfortably say that this is my favorite Lostbelt so far. I don't think it's too much of a competition with any of the other ones. I would need to be a pretty big hypocrite to say that it's not. I don't think it's a perfect one. I will say I don't think it's a perfect one, but I do think it's a step up from all of the other ones. I think it's a really, really solid, a really good story that I really, really enjoyed, with some really cool characters, with some really cool moments in it as well. So I think overall it is the best Lostbelt, or my favorite Lostbelt, I should say, so far. Yeah. Closest is LB 5.1. I agree. I agree. So that's overall just kind of like my overall opinion on it. Now let me see my notes, because I'm already getting lost in the sauce. Okay, so I think one thing that I really, really liked about LB6 is how much it felt, especially at the beginning, or especially with the setup that it had and stuff like that, until we get to very much end game of it, it felt like a thing that wasn't necessarily too connected to the main story. It felt like it was just a story happening somewhere completely separated from us, and we were just dropped in the middle of it, and we were like, you know what, figure this shit out. Figure out what's happening here, because we're not gonna give you any information, we're just gonna drop you in the middle of it, and good luck. And I really like that. I think that's something that FGO has been kind of trying to do with a lot of its singularities and its Lostbelts, because that's kind of like the magic of it, right? And I think LB6 did that the best. I think LB6 definitely did that the best. They really, really fully committed to the fact that, hey, this is just a wild story, you're gonna be dropped into it. It doesn't, especially at the beginning, doesn't feel like it has much to do with the overarching story until obviously you'll learn more about it and stuff. And I really like that feeling of it. I really, really like that. So, because like, let's say you look at something like LB5, right? That was an insane story that you were dropped into right from the get-go. It was gas, gas, gas. But the entire premise from the get-go was that there was Wodime who knew they were coming, and it was very much connected to the main story. It felt like it was, you were dropped in the middle of it, but it never felt like a self-contained story in a way, or at least not to this degree. Just as a comparison, right? But this one felt like you were dropped in it, and it had nothing to do with the overarching story from the get-go, which was really cool to see. So that was the main draw for me of LB6. I think it was really, really good the way that it did that entire thing. I think... where do I begin? Where do I begin? Like, it was setting up a lot of things. I think the best part, or my favorite part of part 1 was definitely the entire mess stuff. And I do wish they committed a bit harder with the entire mess stuff. Even though I think they were really, really good. I think, yeah, as I said, I think mesh fragments, I guess, were definitely my favorite part of part 1. Because the other parts were all set up. Apart from that, that felt kind of like a self-contained story once again within the self-contained story. And I think Mesh was a really interesting character in those things. I really liked how they basically took Mesh. They were like, wipe all her memories and develop her as a character from the get-go. And I enjoyed that a lot. I do think that it's a bit of a shame that when, you know, that entire thing ended, it kind of felt like, oh, well, that's over now. It didn't really happen. So, I mean, it happened, but like, it doesn't really influence anything anymore, which is kind of a shame, but it's fine. Mesh is supposed to get her full power here. The plans changed. Yeah, I can see that. Yeah, because it felt like when she got back her memory, she was just the same Mesh as always, which I wish didn't happen. I wish... Honestly, I would have been down for the entire Lostbelt, for Mesh to be stranded somewhere for the entire Lostbelt, and we only reunite with her in part 3. I would have loved that. Obviously, she was needed in part 2, when she was sent back to the past and stuff, and I think that was very solid as well. But also, I would love for her to be, you know, wandering around, and then when she gets her memories back, she would retain some of the personality changes that she got over the course of the Lostbelt, over her own journey that she had here, right? That would have been so cool. But yeah, that's fine. It's fine. Yeah, as I said, that I think that was the best part of part 1 for me. I didn't really know what to feel about Castoria in part 1, because by design, she was made in a way where she feels very distant from us, right? And she feels very closed off, which, by design, of course. And I think one problem that I had with Castoria as a... Or not problem that I had with Castoria as a character, but one thing that... The way that Castoria was written, it makes it really hard, for at least for me, to fully emotionally attach myself to Castoria, because she was written as someone who doesn't reveal anything about herself and is very detached from us until like the last 10% of the story, or maybe 15% of the story. And because of that, you don't really get attached to her, or at least I didn't really get attached to her, and then at the end they reveal everything about her, and then you're like, well, I haven't been really attached to her for like 85% of the story, and now you reveal everything, and you don't really give me time to now get fully attached to her, so I didn't feel too attached to Castoria at the end of it. I liked her, I think she's a really good character, and I think the writing of her was really good, but because of the way that she was written, I didn't get really emotionally attached to her. But she was a really, really good character nonetheless, though. I don't think that's a fault in writing. I think that's just the way that she was written. So, yeah. But she was cool, though. She was cool. She was a cool character. She just felt distant for most of the story. Show don't talk type of character. I mean, she also didn't really show much. A reread with full context, which is a bit of a cop-out. I do think it's a bit of a cop-out, because I'm not gonna go back and reread the entirety of Lostbelt 6. That's another like 50 or 60 hours or whatever. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, look, I'm not saying that doesn't detract from her writing as a character. I think she was written in a way where it all made sense. Her character was extremely well written. It all makes sense, right? It just, because of the way that they decide to write her, that it makes it so that maybe the viewer, or at least for me, the reader, doesn't get as invested in her because of how she's written as someone who is distant from us for most of the story, right? They decided to write her this way, and I think it works for her character, but that's the kind of like that's the thing that the trade-off that they made for it, at least for me. I'm gonna get through all of the characters, don't worry. But I think she was a really well-written character, though. So I liked her. But wasn't fully, like, emotionally invested in her like with some of the other characters. When we get the anime, yeah, surely. Okay. Wait, I have all the characters written down here. I guess let's go to the characters. Fujimaru. Main character. What did I write down? A lot of his dialogue was really nice. I actually enjoyed the fact that, as people also pointed out, I like the fact that he actually got like full sentence answers and he actually contributed to conversations and stuff. I think that felt really nice for him. He wasn't just like one word per arrow. He actually felt like he was in the conversations, which was cool. Now, I don't think he was like reinvented as a character in this. I think he kind of like still is, you know, a pretty same character as he was, but it's fine, right? He's a gacha main protagonist. He doesn't need to have like insane... He isn't meant to be the center of attention or whatever, right? He's just Fujimaru Ritsuka, even here, but he got a lot more dialogue, which is cool to see. I like the call out from Oberon to Fujimaru Ritsuka. He had like, I think Oberon had like the coolest moments with him, like 2 or 3 moments that were really cool. Yeah, what did I write? Didn't change my perception. Yeah, I think this is the most likable Fujimaru Ritsuka since Babylonia, is what I wrote down in my notes. Which is cool, right? I think Babylonia Ritsuka is my favorite Ritsuka still, but I think this Ritsuka here was the most likable since then. So I liked Fujimaru Ritsuka here a lot. He felt like a character? Yeah. A lot of the... Okay, yeah, I also wrote down that a lot of the heroic moments are still kind of cringy, which I think is true. I think a lot of the heroic moments, they put in like some of the heroic lines that feel so cringy, and I'm like, ooh. Like, they're kind of fun. They're like fun cringy. They're not cringy in a bad way. They're kind of like fun. But a lot of the heroic lines feel kind of cringy, but it's fine. Because like, I don't know, I don't remember the exact lines, but like he says those, you know, hero lines. They're like, oh. It's funny and charming more than like necessarily cringy, I guess. But that's fine. That's Fujimaru Ritsuka as a character, right? So cheesy, I guess so. Cheesy, they are. A lot of them are a bit cheesy. The only part, and I think there was only one part with Fujimaru Ritsuka in this Lostbelt that kind of annoyed me, and that was the part where he ran up on the podium or whatever when Mesh showed up. Whenever Mesh showed up, the second Mesh showed up, and he was like, he didn't ask anyone for a plan, he didn't, you know, think about anything, he just ran towards Mesh. I get that he cares about her a lot, but then, like, legit, a bit after that, he was scolding Castoria for doing a very similar thing of, like, letting her emotions drive her and let her go into rage, right, when she was in the forest. And then he was scolding her for that, and then he did the exact same thing when Mesh showed up. He was, like, letting his emotions drive him to run up to Mesh without, like, even when people were like, you know, calling out to him, being like, hey, Ritsuka, hey. And he just ignored everyone and just went up. I was like, oh my god. But that was the only part that annoyed me about Ritsuka in this. I think everything else was pretty good. So, I think everything else is pretty good. So, I don't mind them. Hypocrisy be a thing? Yeah. It is. The only moment I dislike, yeah, is him rushing to Mesh, okay, pure, yep, okay, that's about all of the notes that I have for Fujimaru, though. He had a stroke before that moment, Sometimes acting like a hypocrite, yeah, that's fine, Does it make him more likable because of that? Not really, but I'm not saying that this is bad writing, by the way. I'm just saying how much I like him or what I like and what I dislike, not if the writing is good or not. Same thing with Castoria. I'm not saying that I dislike her because of the things that I said. It's just or I'm not saying that the writing is bad. I'm just saying how I feel about them, right? The red text, now that you've seen that missable thing. I mean, I think it all makes sense. I think Oberon was sus from the beginning, right? So I tried not to be too critical of Oberon because also I knew there was a lot of information that I knew about Oberon that probably the game didn't intend you to know at this moment. So I was trying to also tone down my suspicions of Oberon because of that, right? I was trying to forcibly tone it down for that sake as well, because I didn't want people to be like, oh, you knew about this because of the summer event, or you knew about this because of you saw his Ascension 3, or all of those things. So I kind of tried to tone down my suspicion levels of Oberon, but from the get-go, like, he was obviously extremely suspicious. So, and like, yeah, it was obvious that there was gonna be more to him than there was. So, after those choices, we kind of missed it. Okay, it's fine. Okay, so Mesh, what did I say? Arc with Barghest was fire. Wish it mattered more in the long run. That's what I said. Her S story was... Oh yeah, her S story? Dude, the S story with Mesh was so good. That was such a good story. I wish, once again, I think a lot of my... and you're gonna probably notice when I go through more of the characters and stuff, a lot of my gripes with the story are that I wish they were more expanded upon, and I wish it was longer. I get why it couldn't be longer, and they had to cut out a lot of things because it was already this long. But there were a lot of things that I wish they would have expanded upon further, and I wish the Ash story with Mesh would have been longer. I think that could have been such a banger arc if they committed to it for even longer, but obviously they can't. Same thing with the Barghest story with Mesh. I think that was also awesome. They could have done a longer one. Hopefully these... Yeah, I wrote down, hopefully these experiences make a noticeable difference in her character going forward, and I do hope that a lot of these experiences that she's had here are gonna make a noticeable difference, permanent difference in her. We'll see though. So yeah. I wonder when we'll see Morgan's backstory. Great. Okay. Da Vinci, I just wrote chill, liked her in this, didn't stand out too much, just helped out from the back, and I agree with that. I think she wasn't like an insanely stand-out character in this. She was fun. Like, I think she was just... There's nothing that I have to add about Da Vinci in this. I think she was fun. Castoria. This is the big one, right? I talked about Castoria a bit. So what did I write? Really interesting story and character. Her cause and suffering was an interesting, tragic story. The dichotomy and similarities between her and Artoria were really cool. It also cemented the image of fairies. Yeah, her backstory definitely cemented the nature, I guess, not the image. The nature of fairies and like how it works, alongside some of the other characters as well, that also showed the innate nature of fairies and what it's like, right? And how hard it is for them to actually go against that nature. From our perspective, right? From a human perspective, and human morality, that nature is extremely... I would say from a human perspective, evil, but from a fairy perspective, it's just their natural, that's just how they are, right? So it's balanced, I guess. It's not evil, which is kind of cool. Yeah, and the dichotomy and similarities between her and Artoria were really cool to see, like how different they were, but also how they had their similarities as well. That was really cool to see. Her character was very different from us for 85% of the story. I didn't get too emotionally invested in her, but the story in itself was really cool. Yeah, that's what I wrote and that's what I said as well. Yes. Okay. That's about it with Castoria. I think she had some really hype moments as well, but that's it. Okay, Habit Shot. Fun character, she was a homie to Mesh. Faded out of the story in the second half, yeah, but still a cool one with the entire Ash time shenanigans, and her death did hit pretty hard. That is true. I think the Habit Shot death was done really, really well, even though she wasn't really part of the story for a lot of the final sections, right? Because she was just dying, so she was kind of like removed from the story for a bit before her death, but yeah. She was fun. And then what did I say? Mesh saying she'll always remember her was a great line, since it's that memory that also killed her. Yeah, that was also a cool line. That line got me when she was like, Habit Shot, I'll never forget you, or I'll always remember you, or something along those lines, even though it was the memory of Habit Shot that killed Habit Shot in a way, right? Because that's what erased her. That's what created the like, that's what she needed not to remember for Habit Shot to live. That was really cool. I really, really like that. Kind of expected her story to be tragic because of her. Oh yeah, I did expect from the moment we met her, I knew what her skill 3 is, right? And I kind of had a speculation, and also, I mean, Gareth said that she doesn't see Habitat's future and stuff, so because of her skill 3, I kind of had a speculation that there's gonna be a moment where she's gonna die, but I didn't actually think it was gonna be like that, right? So I don't think it, like, also, it felt like everyone kind of like knew. Everyone in the party knew that Habitat's end is coming. It wasn't like a big reveal or anything along those lines. Everyone was just kind of like waiting for it. So, yeah. Okay, Oberon. 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 What did I write? Felt very sus throughout the entire story, even without any prior knowledge. Yes, I think even if you don't have any prior knowledge of anything, he just feels from the get-go extremely sus. They did a good job at not making you completely distrust him, but also making him feel off. I do agree with that. I think there are many things about him that feel off, but the way that he's written, you don't fully necessarily distrust him. You don't think like, oh, he's the final boss of this, but there's always something just off about him. And I think that's really well done. Some of his speeches were really cool. Fujimaru Savior Complex, yeah, that's the main one that I really liked. The dialogue was fun. His entire ending was interesting. Oh yeah, okay, I do want to talk about this. So I wrote, his entire ending was interesting, but also felt a little bit tacked on at the end. I do think that's true, especially when you get into it. When you finish it and you look back at it in hindsight, it makes sense, but whenever you get to that point, it feels like, okay, wait, we're not done yet, what's happening here? Why is there more? It feels like a really nice way to wrap it up, and then there's like Oberon stuff happening, and you're like, there's more? It felt a bit like, why are we doing this? But once everything is done and dusted, it makes sense, right? Once you look back at it in hindsight, it makes sense why they did it. But when you play it, at least when I played it, I was like, okay, this was a tiny bit off. But yeah, overall, at the end, it made sense, right? Also felt they did a good job at tying it in though. Yeah, okay, that's what I wrote at the end. So yeah, it tied in nicely into the overall story, but it was a tiny bit of a whiplash when I was first playing it though. Okay, that's about everything when it comes to Oberon as a character. I'm gonna go a bit more into some stuff later, but in red, come out Oberon, we gotta whoop your ass. Great. Great. Percy. Percival. Let me reread it here. Okay. A really cool and model knight. His Staff of Selection story was great. So yeah, that was a great backstory there. A really interesting one of how they wanted to make a Faerie of the Prophecy and stuff. That was really cool. The main point of interest with him was his Melu story, and it played out really well. He was really well utilized as a character. Yeah, I think as I said, my main point of interest with Percival was his entire story with Melu and how that played out, which I'm gonna get into in a bit with Melu as a character. I think that was really interesting. He was just a bro. He was a really cool guy. Yeah, I don't have much else to say about him. He was just a bro. I'm gonna get there, Sanad. Muramasa. Okay, I wrote, this is my favorite version of Muramasa so far. My favorite appearance of Muramasa, I guess, so far. He was really fun here. He was just a really reliable guy who helped out a lot and always had his head screwed on right. He made sure to analyze every situation calmly and made some clutch calls. His ending was also really cool with him being a smith. Yeah, I think this is my favorite version of Muramasa. He was really cool. I was worried at the beginning whenever we accepted him into the party. I was like, is it safe for us to accept him into the party? But when the way that they explained it and stuff like that of, you know, his character and why he would never, you know, work for the Foreign God, it made sense. I wasn't against it, and I ended up really liking it. Really liking him. Once again, I don't have too much to say about him. I think he was just really clutch. There were some calls that he made that I was like, you know what? I like that. He was really critical of a lot of people that I thought were to be criticized. He was very much suspicious of, you know, some stuff that people might do and stuff. So I liked him. He was very analytical, very much made sure that everything that seemed off, he pointed out and stuff. So I really like that about him. It was fun. Yeah. He was a really fun, almost like leader of the group, even though like kind of like a pseudo leader of the group. Gareth. Really likable and adorable character, liked her energy a lot. It felt like a little bit of a waste that we distanced ourselves from her for a few hours and then killed her off after that. The mystery around her was fun as well. Yeah. I agree with that. I think she was really fun, really adorable. Like all of her moments, I actually really liked Gareth. And I was really actually invested in Gareth as a character. I think she was, she had a lot of like really adorable scenes that I really liked. And then we kind of like distanced ourselves from Gareth because she was, you know, holding her ground at Londinium. And we distanced ourselves from her. And then the next thing we see is her dying. Which I felt was a tiny bit of a shame because I was so invested in her. And then after all that time of not seeing her, I was like, kind of like almost forgetting about Gareth being there. And then we killed her off. But I think overall, she was still a really cool character. And the reveal with like Ainzel and stuff was really interesting. So I liked Gareth a lot. I liked her a lot. It was a highlight of the LB. I think it was really good. I think it was really good. I really liked it. It was a cool scene. Grimmer. Yeah, I don't have much to say about Grimmer. I think he was chill guy, mainly had fun chemistry with Muramasa. Also was a pretty nice guide for one of the bells, that being the Orkney bell, I think? I think so, right? Yeah, I think my main favorite part with Grimmer was his chemistry with Muramasa. I think that was the main part of Grimmer that I really liked. Yeah, I know that Aurora ordered to kill that. The proxy of a god. Yeah. Grimmer was great. Yeah, he was fun. I liked him. He was fun. Koyanskaya. Liked her quite a bit, really showed a cool side of her in contrast with Murian. Murian didn't do much more, but every appearance was fun. Yeah, I really liked, and I'm gonna touch upon this again with Murians when I talk about Murian, but I really liked the entire contrast between Koyanskaya and Murian, right? How even Koyanskaya was like, yo, that's despicable. Bro, Murian, L. That's L. That's an L take, Murian. I really liked how Koyanskaya acted there. Apart from that, she was mostly just hanging out with Murian, so we didn't get to see too much else, but she also saved us. Hey, came in clutch. Every now and again she does. I think she's always a fun addition to a Lostbelt. I always like whenever she's in a Lostbelt. I think she always adds some chaos to it, which is also always great. Yeah, I think she was cool. Bogart. Oh yeah, Bogart. Found and lost her one and true friend. Yeah, I really liked that chemistry with Miriam. Okay, Bogart. The way he was compensating for his inferiority complex was really interesting. His relationship with Mesh was engaging as hell. The care he showed to his people while he also tried to appear as strong as possible only reinforced his character and was really cool. Yeah, I really like Bogart. I really like Bogart. Well, yeah, I liked Bogart a lot. I like how, as I said, he was trying to appear as masculine as possible to compensate for all of the things that he, that had happened to him. And he was always like feeling inferior. So he was like, you know what? I'm gonna try to compensate for that inferiority complex by getting all of these wives, by appearing like really strong in front of people. So I think it was just a really cool character. As I said, I really liked the entire Fragments story of part 1. And I think Bogart was a big part of it. Obviously, it was a big part of why I liked it as much as I did. So, yeah, he was a W character. Spriggan? Okay. Yeah, I don't know. Spriggan really didn't care about this guy. He was fine in the beginning with Norwich stuff, but felt like he overstayed his welcome. Every time he showed up after we saw his backstory didn't really grip me. The concept of a flotsam being a human being... Oh, a flotsam human being there was a cool one, though. Yeah, I think Spriggan, he was fun at the beginning with the entire Norwich stuff. And then I just... Every single time that he showed up after that, I was like, Okay, cool, man. Cool story, bro. Okay, yeah, I don't know. Every time that he showed up, I was like, okay, cool, man. Cool. He was definitely my least favorite out of the clan leaders and stuff to watch. He overstayed his welcome? I think so. I think, yeah, as I said, after his backstory was revealed, I was like, okay, why are we giving him more backstory? Why is he gonna be a prominent character in this? Please, please no. But it's fine. The story made it cool that we couldn't kill him because it took too long, but he should have died in the throne room. Yeah. Yeah, okay. Okay. Nice to see that it's not too hot of a take. Woodwows. I really liked Woodwows. I think Woodwows was a really cool character. I really liked Woodwows. Really smart and interesting fairy, even if he got blinded by Aurora at some points. The Tintagel situation also adds a really cool layer. Actually had some likable qualities. One of my favorite clan leaders for sure. I loved Woodwows. Woodwows was really cool. Woodwows was really, really, really cool. I really liked him. There's just something about him that I liked. Really smart, but also a simp. Yeah. Yeah, he was a simp. He wasn't perfect in any way, shape, or form, but he was really analyzed. Like, he was really good at like analyzing situations, acting accordingly. You know, he was a smart guy, a smart fairy. So, but yeah. Morgan let Woodwose tackle her because she cared about him, and he realized that. Yeah, that was cool, man. Woodwose he was a G. I really liked him. It's her undoing, yeah. Okay, I talked about a little bit about Murian before with Koyan, but kind of fun. Her domain was really cool. Liked her relationship with Koyan and its divergence. Her revengeance and the emptiness that followed was pretty cool, especially with the coping mechanism kicking in and deleting her memories due to the realization of her entire life's plan didn't go the way she expected, or didn't give her the satisfaction she expected. Yeah. I think Murian was kind of fun. I wouldn't say that she was like a character that I was really excited to see every time that she was on screen, but she had her really fun moments. I liked her Fae domain. I think it was interesting, right? And I did like how the entire thing played out with her and the Fang Clan, right? I think it was interestingly done. Like her coping mechanism kicking in, kind of like deleting her memories because of how much time she spent and how many resources and everything and planning she spent on this one plan, and then that plan ended up being not nearly as satisfying as she hoped it would be, and then she kind of like blue screened at that moment and just deleted all those memories. That was really interesting to see. But yeah, and that being like the divergence from like her relationship with Koyan as well. Yeah, she had really fun moments in the story. Nonaria. Even with her fairy supremacy mindset, she was a really amazing character. Her conversations with Ritsuka on the rampart was awesome, and I really liked her interactions with Castoria. Her ending was unfortunate, felt mostly bad for Castoria. Yeah. Like, she obviously, once again, she was a fairy, and she had her fairy quirks to her, so she wasn't perfect, far from it. But she had some really cool moments. I think even though the entire chocolate factory arc was pretty tedious at points, pretty long, unnecessarily long, there was that entire conversation with Fujimaru Ritsuka and Nonaria on the rampart that I thought was really, really cool. And yeah, I just really liked the conversation. I think that really made me like Nonaria. And then when she died, I mean, I felt bad for Nonaria, but more so I felt really bad for Castoria in that one moment where Nonaria died. I think that was a really tragic moment for Castoria. But even so, yeah, Nonaria was a really, really interesting character, really cool clan leader. Yeah. Okay. Aurora. Are we ready? Aurora. Okay. Aurora. one of the most universally despised characters that has done some heinous stuff, but I would be lying if I said she isn't the most intriguing clan leader. I think she is not just the most, I think she's top 3 when it comes to the characters I thought about the most ever since the story wrapped up. I thought about Aurora a lot. She was so interesting. She was such a cool character. I loved her entire story and her absolute delusion that was not shaken until her final breath, with the only exception being Melusine's creation. I love how true to her nature she stayed, and I love the relationship she had with Melu. I 100% agreed with that. I loved how delusional she was up until the very end, and even as she took her last breath, she was still in that one delusion that she had, and I love that. I love that. And I think her relationship with Melusine was one of my favorite parts of the entire Lostbelt. I think it was so cool. It was so cool. I'm not saying that she's like a likable character, but I think she is a very, very, very interesting character that I really liked. Yeah. Aurora's last moments in the epilogue did a lot for her character. Yes, it did. I think there were points in the epilogue with Aurora that I was like, okay, you know, oh, sorry, wrap it up, you know, that's kind of what I felt. But then the more that the epilogue went on with Aurora, I was getting really invested in it, and I think she is a really cool character. Like, she was just delusional up until the very end, and I love that. I love that. I think that's such a cool trait to give a character. Yeah. I really, really liked Aurora's story. I think it was so interesting. And speaking of Melusine, I think that was just it happening at 2 AM that made you go wrap it up, maybe. Melusine. Okay. Ooh. Ooh, okay. Ah, great. Let's go, Melusine. I didn't like her at first because of all the constant glazing and also her attitude towards us, but I really like her Percy and Aurora story. Her story with Percy was a really cute one that humanized her a lot and showed that she isn't a fairy. It also tied nicely into the eradication of the Mirror Clan. I love how she loved Aurora till the end and even killed her to ease her suffering. All in all, liked her whenever she wasn't interacting with us. Yeah, I think that's fair. I think I would say that. I think whenever she wasn't interacting with us, she was, like, her story that was separate from us was really cool. And I really, really liked all of the moments that she wasn't interacting with us, I guess. Yeah, I think she was a really, really cool character apart from that. I think her Aurora story, as I said, is one that I love. I love her absolute devotion to Aurora, and basically kind of like her feeling this sort of like undying, not affection, it's not affection, but like duty, I guess, to Aurora because of how Aurora basically gave her life, right? I think that was really, really cool. That makes it sound like someone else wrote the notes. What do you mean? I was writing them over the course of the past 5 days. But I was thinking about them a lot, how to write them. Anyway. Yeah, I really, really liked all of the Percy and the Aurora story from Melusine. As I said, I didn't really like the entire... Like, at first, she gave off a really bad first impression because of, like, oh, she's the most beautiful fairy. And then she was, like, really, like, bitchy towards us and stuff. But her story, when she wasn't interacting with us, was really cool, though. I really, really liked that. ChatGPT, surely. Yeah. You would never praise Melulu. You know what's one thing that... And this is not related necessarily directly to LB6, but one thing that with Melusine that kind of aroused me the wrong way is how she acts towards us in the summer event. And also, like it said in the profile, how clingy she is towards us. I'm like, that feels a bit weird, but you know what? Because I like Melusine in a vacuum. I don't really like her. I didn't really like her in the summer event too much. I was like, you're way too clingy. But I think she's really cool here in the Lostbelt, where she doesn't really care about us. I really like that. It's a very different character. Yeah, I really liked her here because she doesn't care about us. She has her own story, and I think that her own story is way more is the most interesting part about her for me. Especially, as I said, the Aurora story. Oh man, that was great. I love that. I love that. That was so good. Target of her love is Aurora and later us. I mean, the profile did say that, you know, even when she is summoned by us, Aurora is still her #1, you know, target of love or whatever affection. She would not hesitate to eradicate us if we badmouth Aurora. Okay, Barghest. Oh. Barghest. Initially has the strongest setup, her being interested in proper human history so that she can fully assess the situation from all POVs. I really like that. I think that was the main hook with Barghest that instantly clicked for me. I was like, oh, she's really cool. She's really cool because she really wants to know everything that's happening. And she's like, you know what? Obviously, I don't know all the information. I obviously have more things that I need to learn about the situation before I can make sound judgment on it. So please tell me about it. I really like that about Barghest. She was really cool. That was really, really cool with Barghest. Really smart character with some really noble views, but tragically succumbed to her innate nature. Yes, that was also well done. Kind of like to show the nature of fairies and stuff. And I think the true nature of fairies is the thing that obviously is one of the main running narratives here in this Lostbelt, is how fairies are at the mercy of their true nature oftentimes. So I think that was really, really cool with really well illustrated with Barghest as well. Just really unfortunate how her nature and the nature of fairies around her ended up being her downfall. Yep. Meg is the top knight. Yep. Really cared for her people for better or worse. Yeah, she did. But unfortunately, she and the people around her were fairies. So that was really interesting. Whoa. That time Melusine created a time paradox to have... Okay, sure. Anyways. Yeah. So that's about everything that I have written for Barghest. I think she was really cool though. I liked her. Banshee. I liked her most out of all the timeline before going into LB6. So... Okay, yeah. Before going into LB6, so it was a bit disappointing that her story felt pretty rushed and minimal. I do agree with that. I think her death was shortened a lot more than it... I feel like they could have extrapolated on her death and her backstory a lot more than they did. It felt like she just kind of like, you know, had her time with Beryl. Beryl obviously tricked her into rotting away, and then she just rotted away. We got like 2 sentences for her backstory, and then she died. I think she was a really... Like, her death obviously did really well, did really some cool stuff for Morgan. I think it was really well done to characterize Morgan a bit more. But when it comes to purely Banshee, it felt like a bit of a shame. It felt like it was done very fast and without too much time to fully get invested in her backstory. It was very, not sudden, I wouldn't say it was sudden, but it was just very minimal. I wish we got more of it. Wait, what else did I write? She was fully used by Beryl, and even though due to her nature she committed a lot of horrible stuff against the fairies, which is low-key kind of a W. Oh. True me. She was very tragic and always trying to please the people who she thinks care about her and show her affection. I wish her ending and backstory was expanded upon though. Yeah. Yep. Back to Melusine. Material says she's... omnitemporal, so she knows she and Master end up together. Why is she so clingy? Sure. Anyways, I want to talk about Banshee. Yeah, she was fully used by Beryl, obviously, but as a fairy, well, she isn't a fairy. I said as due to her nature as a fairy. She's not a fairy, but due to her nature in general, she committed a lot of horrible stuff against the fairies, as I said, which is kind of a W. You know, can't really blame a girl for killing a lot of fairies. You know, not really that bad of a thing if you think about it. She was very tragic and always trying to please the people who she thinks care about her. Yeah, I think a lot of the things that she did were in the name of her wanting to please the people around her and feeling like she needs to do these things so that people around her are going to be satisfied with her, which I think is really tragic. I feel like it's a lot of like inferiority that she's feeling, and she's trying to always do her best, but in her own way, but that way is always like the worst way possible. She's always trying to please people who she believes care about her, right? Whether that's Beryl, whether that's Morgan. She's always trying to do everything that they say to please them. And it's really sad. It's really tragic. But she was a cool character. Oh, big boy coming up. Big boy coming up. Morgan / Ash. What did you think about Barghest when you first saw her in the defeated Tristan? I did not care about Barghest until the party. Okay, anyways, Morgan / Ash. Very contentious character. So, there's a question that has been asked many a times in human history, proper human history, if you will. Did Morgan do anything wrong? That's the main question that everyone's wondering. And I've thought about it a lot. And I've come to the conclusion that, yes, Morgan did one major thing wrong. She didn't go hard enough on the fairies. She did not go hard enough on the fairies. She only took life force of the fairies every now and again. She only tags them every now and again. Bro. Okay, what did I write? She didn't go hard enough on these fucking fairies. Okay, let's talk about it. Awesome character. The reveal with Ash was great. The proper human history from proper human history. The proper human history memories from proper human history Morgan were cool. Her ending. Okay. Her ending was very unsatisfactory on purpose, supposedly to show the nature of fairies. All in all, she was cooler than I expected. Banshee's origin and backstory, I left some in comments of previous vid. Gotcha. Thanks, Harimia. Thanks. But yeah, I think she was a really cool character. I think she obviously had her Ash side, her softy side of wanting to protect the fairies, but also knew the limits that she had to go for it. Obviously, you can, you know, if you think about it, yeah, she did some things wrong. Like, technically, maybe making human breeding factories wasn't the best idea, you know. But a lot of it was done to keep the calamity at bay and keep the nation running. Even though it felt like the entire nation was stitched together with duct tape at points. But as long as she was there, she could always keep it together, right? The second she was gone, the duct tape just lost all of its glue and ended up falling apart. Yeah, exactly, Robert. She had love. Yeah, there were remnants of Ash that loved fairies and stuff, right? She still is Avalon LaFay. So, it was there from the beginning. Are you telling me she couldn't have, you know, reformed stuff? But I get it. Fairies are not supposed to be, they're not humans, right? So they have different moralities and stuff. So they see humans as more like we see livestock and stuff. So from a human perspective, it's fucked up. But from a fairy perspective, it's like, oh yeah, the cows are there. Reforming takes some time. What? Did you need like 4,000 years instead of 2,000? So yeah, it's like, obviously, you can pick apart stuff, and you can be like, maybe oppression and stuff, you know, could have been done differently. Maybe she could have, she definitely could have played some stuff differently. She definitely could have done some things in a way that's a bit more humane, but she's not a human, so... Gotta resummon them fairies so I can enact some reforms. Yeah. I think she was a cool character. I didn't really care about her at the beginning because she felt like just an Ice Queen, and I'm not usually a fan of like Ice Queen characters just because it feels like, wow, you have no personality whatsoever. But I think with the addition of, well, her death, I think did a good job at characterizing, and obviously the entire Ash story and also the proper human history story, all of those things added to her character a lot. So I like that. More humane, she does allow them to live, it's far more than they deserve. More humane towards humans, but that is, obviously, that's looking at it from a human perspective, so yeah, it's hard to talk about Morgan from a human morality perspective because she was a fairy, and obviously fairies have a different moral compass towards different things as we humans do, so... Takeuchi made sure she talks with her eyes since her face is supposed to be emotionless. Single human shattered into a million pieces. Yeah, they were faux humans. Morgan being Ash is spoiled if you read Summer 8. It wasn't spoiled for me, baby. It was not spoiled for me. I don't know what we skipped when we played through Summer 8, because I remember there were a few things that my mods told me, you know, I need to skip. I don't know what we skipped, but it wasn't spoiled for me. The humans are fakes, they're not real humans. Yes. That part we didn't skip, it was confirmed multiple times. Oh shit. Is she on Ascension 3? Well, to be fair, most of Summer 8 for me was just confusion, right? Because I had no idea what the fuck they're talking about. I didn't know what Ash meant, what the name Ash means and stuff, so... Most of it was one ear in, the other ear out. Percy was just a sheep if those were not real humans. Preach, Jans, preach! Preach! Rereading it will be pogging. Nice. Yeah, anyways, that's the entire Morgan debacle. Yeah, as I said, I do think that her death was unfortunate, but it did such a good job at showing the true nature of fairies and stuff, and how quick they are to act the way that they do, to return to their true nature. I think that was awesome. Okay. Going from one goat to another. Beryl. Okay, let's talk about Beryl. Okay. Let me read what I wrote for him. Okay, I mean, I don't have any hot takes on Beryl. I think my takes are pretty stale on Beryl. He's the best character on no, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. So I wrote, fun to hate this guy. I love how self-aware he is. He knew his limits. He knew how trash some of his ways were, but he still decided to go down this path. Also, his backstory went kind of crazy. That's about all I wrote about him. I think, and yeah, I think that's true. I think he is a person who's really easy to hate, and I think he fully doubles down, triples down, quadruples down on all of the extremely detestable qualities that he has. But I think he does it in a way that's really, really cool, where he knows how trash he is. He's smart. He's a smart guy, right? Say what you will, he's a smart guy. He knows that his ways are trash. He knows that he is, from a human's point of view, is doing awful shit. But, I mean, he just does it anyway. So... it was refreshing to see that kind of villain. It was really refreshing for me to see him be that way. I really like that. I liked seeing him on screen. Man is an idiot savant. I think he's... I don't know. I think he... Well, I guess smart. He's socially smart and stuff like that. He's aware, I guess. He's very aware, very conscious of... I don't mean smart necessarily in like tactics and stuff like that. I think he's smart, like socially and stuff. He knows what he's like. He knows that he's a piece of shit. I like that. I like that a lot. That's about it. That's about all I have on Beryl. He's waiting on the Mash Meat Shield. True, we do have some things in common. True. We both abuse Mash. So, that is true. Okay, Pepe. As charming as always, helped us out a lot. His hate for Beryl was really fun to see, and his sacrifice was a great scene. His death felt pretty timely. It felt like we fleshed out his character to a point where his exit from the story didn't feel unsatisfactory. Yeah. I think he was fantastic. He was, once again, stayed true to himself. He was the Pepe that he always was. He was always he was always very true to himself, and obviously there were times where he needed to, you know, deceive us a bit and stuff, but that's very true to his character, especially like LB4 and stuff, right? That's very true to his character. I think he was very, very fun, very, very cool. The way that he took out the Morse and stuff, took on the poison himself, and then transferred that into, like, tried to take down Beryl with that, even though it wasn't fully successful. He was cool. I liked him. I said this during his death scene, and now that I thought about it a lot, I agree. I think his character, if we saw more of him, I think it would have been more of the same Pepe that we see now. I don't think there would be too much more that we could do with his character. I think every single scene that he would have appeared in from here on out would still be really fun, but I think it would have... I think it could have gotten to a point where it felt like he overstayed his welcome, and I really didn't mind him deciding this was the end point for him. I think it was a pretty good decision. Dating Daybit arc. Great. Cause is Pepe, out of all the cryptors, is Pepe the one who was the most involved in the story thus far? I think so, right? Like, showed up the most. I just wanted Tim and Ophelia as a support cast like Da Vinci and Holmes. I mean, man, imagine. Oh, that would have been so... I would have even taken... I just want Ophelia. He's the most involved? Yeah. For now. Krishtaria? I feel like Krishtaria was more so like involved in a way where he was mentioned a lot. But I feel like he was like Pepe was more directly involved with us and stuff. So far. Yeah, so I think this being the end of his character is okay. I don't mind it. He was really cool though. Okay, and then... Oh, great. So, the last two characters that I have. I don't know if I'm forgetting anyone. I'm gonna ask you guys to tell me if I forget anyone. Hope. Hope. I have one line. Wait, let me show you what it looks like. Coral. Oh, great. Her name was Hope. That line made me giggle. That was such a fun line. It's a fire line. That was such a fun one. I was like, okay, I see what you're going for. This is that one line that would farm like cinema emotes or like bars emotes in like a chat. That's that one line. This is the line that farms emotes. You can see it. That's the cinema line. That's why it made me giggle. Because it just feels like it's a line that absolutely farms reactions. It's so good. It's so good. Her name was Hope. I don't have anything else to say about her. I think it was cool how they brought it all together. That's about it. And then I guess let me talk about Coral. Fuck, I can't. I'm having a hard time remembering anything about Coral apart from the one scene. I mean, she was a cool character. The way that she was different from Aurora was really interesting. Obviously, she was very devoted to her, but also she did start to think about a bit more for herself and stuff. I think she was cool. Coral was racist, but not like that. Exactly. Kind of like showing a tiny bit of like some dichotomy in fairies, right? She was one of the fairies that felt like had some parts of her that might go slightly against the classic fairy nature that we know, which is cool to see. Oh, her death. Oh god, her death. Oh my god. Oh, that came out of nowhere, man. How did you save these many quartz? There weren't any servants that I really want to pull for, so I just ended up saving them. Yeah, there's gonna be a time where we're gonna spend all of these quartz pretty soon this year, so... And then the last character that I have here written down is... Who do we think, guys? Who do we think? Oh, oops. Yeah. Absolute fucking Giga Chad. The way that he defied his fairy nature. Oh my boy. The way that his fairy nature started to like gnaw at him. And it started to overtake him as he was like getting there. And then he was able to suppress it. One of the only fairies that was able to suppress his fairy nature. Oh boy. Oh boy. He was so cool. He's a good boy? Yeah. Yeah, he is. Yeah, he is. Oh, man. He was just also really fun as like just a pub owner who was trying his best and finally finding some joy in life and stuff. Of like, you know, discovering new recipes and what to do for the pub and stuff. Man. And Mike would have deserved to be the chosen one. Mike is good civilization. Okay. Altera. Mike was great. Mike was great. Yeah. Okay. Okay, so that's it. I don't think there's any major characters from the Lostbelt left. Like, obviously, there's like the Knights of the Round Table, but I don't have any new opinions on them since their appearances were pretty short. So yeah, Rejva bit. What the fuck do you want me to say about Reg a bit? He was fun. He was fun. He was a fun fairy. Every time he showed up, he brought the energy, which I can respect. He came in clutch a few times. The goblins, Winky, Dinky, and Stinky, they were, I mean, I feel like they added some nice things to the mesh story. I think because of the mesh story, they were really good. Because the mesh story was good, they were good. They were also flotsam, which I still don't know what exactly that entails. Nasu wrote an epilogue for him, by the way. Uh-huh. The Mirror Clan Ghost. What else? Do you want me to talk about the freaking bugs from Oberon's forest? Merlin, I don't have any new things to say about Merlin. I think he was very similar to the other Merlin from Garden of Babylon. I don't have many more things to say. Blanca, I have no new things to say about Blanca. Fortune, who? Okay. Okay, let's talk about a few other things. Wait, I have a few questions written up here that I was thinking about. Soldier A? Okay, what exactly was Oberon was one thing that I wrote down, but I found that out during reading his profile, because I was a bit confused exactly, like, was he a proper human history? But he was like two sides, I was like voting on. I did find out during his profile exactly. About death, I talked about this, how it felt a tiny bit cut short and stuff. Oh yeah, Grimmer said that he was the only proper human history, and I might be paraphrasing, I don't remember the exact wording that he used, but I was a bit confused when Grimmer said he's the only proper human history hero on like Castoria side, or something along those lines. And even Ritsuka was like, huh? I'm not sure what, I guess he meant that Oberon wasn't on their side or something. Because Oberon is partially proper human history. Yeah. I guess that's what he meant. There's the red dialogue there too. Oh, I see. He doesn't make sense, and that's core part of his character. Partially, but not really. Okay. Yeah, the Oberon aspect came from proper human history. I know. So he's like partially proper human history, Cern, but not fully. Cernunnos, we'll get to Cernunnos. Grimmer probably thought Oberon was a fairy. Sure. Okay, so it's one of those things where because it's Oberon, it doesn't make sense. Don't worry about it. Okay, sure. Don't think too hard about it, because it's Oberon. Also, he disrespected my boy Tristan, who's not really my boy, but also I'm pretty sure he just didn't know about Tristan. That's why he said that. Regibit also garnered some big fan reactions. Regibit wasn't mentioned in any line of the plot plan. I mean, yeah, I don't know. What Grimmer meant was he was the only servant on the side of proper human history. Okay, yeah. Makes sense. That's cool, gents. Mash's shield summoned Tristan, not proper human history. I mean, but Mash's shield summons servants from proper human history, though, no? it did on its own, as if chain summoning. Yeah, but they're still proper human history servants. So, like, if Grimmer knew about Tristan... I mean, Tristan was still a proper human history servant on our side. Or proper human history side. Anyways, doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Fate summoning system. But doesn't that... it doesn't matter, guys. Okay. Yeah, exactly, Robert. That's what I'm thinking as well. He just didn't know about him. That's what I'm thinking as well. Anyways. One thing that I wanted to talk about is the boss fights. And I don't know if this is... I don't know if this is a hot take, but I think LB6 had some of the least enjoyable boss fights in any of the Lostbelts for me. I think the boss fights are either extremely easy and forgettable when it comes to the actual fight, and I think Cernunnos was just extremely unenjoyable after like 2-3 tries. It felt like Cernunnos was probably doable if I smashed my head against the wall for another 2-3 hours, but I just didn't feel any kind of fun, and when I beat it with like the crystal, I didn't feel any kind of satisfaction when I actually beat it. I think it's one of the worst, it has one of the worst boss fights in a long time. I did not like Cernunnos. I did not. I didn't enjoy it. They were easy because you had Zerkastoria. That's fine. That's fine. Like, I'm talking about my, how I felt about it, right? With my Zerkastoria. I mean, my Zerkastoria didn't make other boss fights in previous Lostbelts feel this, this unsatisfactory, right? But in this one, it did. I mean, it's not just about Go, it's... I mean, yeah. Because, yeah, the previous Lostbelts, I had Castoria Berserker, but they were a lot more fun for me than this one. His OST is a remix? Oh, I didn't know that. I do think that Kama is harder than Cernunnos for me. Kama is less gimmicky. That's what I love about Kama. She had a little bit of a gimmick, but she felt way less gimmicky. With Cernunnos, it just felt like I need to play it perfectly or I don't have the DPS check, and I did not. And also I need to get some good RNG as well, and I just didn't feel like doing that. Sith Team Remix, that's cool. I just think the balancing of... I think the balancing of the boss fights was also really bad, because it felt like every single boss fight was really easy. Like, even the ones that I died to felt like they were easy. I was just fucking dumb. Like the Melu one, or the Barghest one. The only one that I think is fine, that I actually don't mind dying to once, was the Morgan one. That one I was like, okay, you know what, fair enough. This fight doesn't feel... Like, it has a little bit of damage to it, a little bit of sustenance to it. All the other ones felt really easy, and then there's Cernunnos, who's like just extremely hard, and then that's it. Require planning. It can be beaten. I know it can be beaten. I'm not saying it can't be, but it felt like I would need to spend like another 2-3 hours, and after like try 3, I was already not having fun in that fight whatsoever. Yeah, I know that it's definitely beatable. It just wasn't fun. For me. We have some items left on the agenda. We're definitely not doing Valentine's today, if anyone's wondering about that. I don't remember what else we have for today, wait. Profile, watch what the people sent. Great. The videos. What was your favorite character in the LB? Oh, that's so... Oh. Fuck, this is so hard. For me, with I don't know why, but with LB6, I care way more about the stories around the characters as opposed to the characters themselves. I really liked, like, I guess I would like to say like Mash, because I think her story was some of the most interesting parts of the Lost Belt for me. But it's not because of Mash, it's because the story around her that was really interesting. Shoot, it's so hard. She's also a cop-out because she's Mash. Like, I think Castoria's story was really interesting as well, but I did have my gripes with it, as I said. And I think I really like the entire story around Castoria and like everything, all of the backstory. I guess oh my god, this is way harder than I thought. Who was I most emotionally invested in? Let me think about it that way, because it wasn't Castoria. I LB6, I cared more about the story. Yeah, I don't know. I don't feel too strongly about any. Honestly, God, I think this. I don't know. I don't care if it's a hot take or not, but I didn't care too much about the singular characters of this Lost Belt. I cared way more about the entire world and the story around it. I don't think there's a single character that I felt extremely strongly about compared to some of the other Lost Belts. I just love the story around them way more than the characters themselves. Oh. I like Muramasa. I mean, I liked all of the characters, but I don't know if I loved any of the characters to the point where I would say, oh, Fuck. Fuck it, Woodwose. No, it's not Woodwose. I mean, Woodwose is up there. I think Aurora's gonna be my most memorable one. Which one I like the most? My favorite? I mean, it's probably just Castoria, just because we saw her face the most. Like, I know it's a boring answer, but we saw her face the most. So it's probably Castoria, just because, like, she spent the most time with us, like, by default. Just say Britain. Yo, actually, Mike. Fuck it. Mike the Goat. Wait, Robert, by the way, what? Oh, wait, whoa. What's the CE that you're talking about? Mike, very acceptable answer. Yeah. Oh. Goat Mike. I was very invested in Barghest as well, but after we left her place at Manchester, I feel like that was kind of like... Okay. I see, Robert. Yeah, after we left Manchester, it kind of, didn't feel as strongly about it anymore. You made the right choice. We have some videos to watch. It says 19 videos, but most of them are like really, really short. Wait, what? Okay, guys, this is like an hour worth of videos here. Bruh? Oh, this is just a low star clear. Okay, these are just boss clears that I can just skip through. Okay. Check the art first. Lostbelt 6 in roughly a minute. Fate Grand Udor, Cosmos in the Lostbelt, Avalon LaFay in a nutshell. See the Gong one? The CBC one? Wait, okay, let's check out some videos. Actually, wait, let me open up on my screen first. So that I don't spoil or that I don't show anything that I shouldn't. Isn't this... But this is Valentine's stuff. Oh, well, it's White Day stuff. Okay, sure. Whatever. Might as well do it. Let me give you guys audio of it. Let me turn down the volume because otherwise your eardrums are gonna get blown out. I don't know what we're watching, by the way. Oh, fucking...
こちらですね。では、こちらの霊装と交換。
The frame rate can be a bit scuffed. It might be like 10 frames.
どうした旧兵さんよ。僧兵の鉄砲を食らうた。狙撃手の腕がなまってんじゃねえの。
Why is it lagging like this?
はっ、大方厨房に立ちすぎたのであろう。常3食フルコース、デザートまでご苦労。
この浅瀬で潜水しての奇襲とは恐れ入る。その上で最新のウォーターガンとはね。自慢の槍もいい加減時代遅れというところかな。
はっ、てめえに合わせてやったんだよ。緑のマントのセーバーに借りたってや
Saber
つ
and the
だ。
green cape?
バカな。俺が5分おきに貸し出し申請をしているというのに、なぜ貴様が騎士王のガンを持っている？そもそも貸し切りにしたはずのこの場に誰の許可を得て立ち入った？
お前だよ。
Okay, sure. That's it, right? Wow, sure. Okay, wait. It's so annoying because... Wait, can I give you guys... Let me do it in a different way, actually. Give me a second, because it lags. It's not even because of the... That's it? Great. Great. Let me do it in a different way. I'm gonna show you my face for a second here. Nothing to do with LB6, 100%. You're 100% right. Am I going to crash my stream if I do this? We're about to find out. Webcam. Application. Which one is it? Display. That's it. This should be fine. Wait, actually, before, let me quickly... Okay. If you crash, you're legally allowed to leave. I'm down for that. I don't know what's gonna show up if I go here. Ah! Let's go from the get-go here.
So, who broke it? I'm not mad. I just want to know.
I did. I broke it.
No, you didn't. Tom?
Don't look at me. Look at Ben.
What? I didn't break it.
Huh, that's weird. How'd you even know it was broken?
Because it's sitting right in front of us and it's broken.
Suspicious.
No, it's not.
If it matters. Probably not, but April was the last one to use it.
Liar, I don't even drink that crap.
Oh, really? Then what were you doing by the coffee cart earlier?
I used the wooden stirrer to push back my cuticles. Everyone knows that. Okay, let's not fight. I broke it. Let me pay for it, Run.
No. Who broke it?
Sure. Well, this is pretty accurate.
Really?
Yeah, really.
I broke it.
Yeah,
I burned
sounds
my
about
hand,
right.
So I punched it. I predict 10 minutes from now, they'll be at each other's throats with war paint on their faces and a pig head on a stick. Good. It was getting a little chummy around here.
Ah. That's pretty accurate. Look at this dude. Level 100, baby. Oh, that's a spoiler. Way too early. Damn that Steam. Oh shit, wow, I was like, what? I mean, this is just going through all the scenes, huh? Oh, well, yep. Sounds about right. Here we go. Yep, it's escalating. That one fight, man. 5,000 damage, 10,000 heal, baby. Yep, yep, yep. Yeah! Limit, baby. Cosmos Denial. And a free heavy. Surely this music isn't copyright. What the fuck's happening here? Surely it doesn't get copyrighted from that. Oh man, okay. Let's see. What do we even have in this? I don't even know what to expect. Okay, well. Can I just... Okay, I'll just play it. Well, Kev... Oh god. Oh god.
When in the rear view mirror I saw something getting nearer, red eyes piercing through the gray.
Oh god, music!
I rolled down my window and I asked if he was single, and the strange man said to me, And
Yeah.
he said, Mothman, oh Mothman, you really know how to treat a lady. Mothman, oh Mothman, would you like to spend the night with me?
What? Oh, it's a TikTok song. Oh god, no, music off. You're not getting any music, guys. This one. Oh god, you can get it.
Know your fucking place, trash.
Nah.
Want to be dominated?
What?
We'll dominate you.
Okay. Oh man. Okay, that was a good one. That was a good one. That was funny. That one was funny. What? Okay, well, I guess we're going into LB6 sentence in a nutshell. Surely that. Oh, whatever, man. This might be getting demonetized. It is what it is, or copyrighted. WOD watchers, you might be fully muted.
We'll ask you to be gentle. We'll dominate you. We'll dominate you.
No! Stop!
Down, I said,
Stop!
Mothman. Lift that man
Stop.
off the ground, I said, Mothman.
What the? Whoa.
My monster condom that I
What?
used for my magnum dom.
What?
Should we do something?
What?
There's no hurry.
Yes, a little
Huh?
tighter.
Oh.
Tighter. Perhaps a hard spanking is in order. Too
Oh.
hard!
Men Strange, you have them on your planet?
I'm afraid so.
What they for? Oh, you mean Snoo Snoo?
No.
We hear tell men used for snoo snoo, but all we have go on our ancient legend and subscription to Cosmo.
Just FYI, I could be used for snoo snoo.
Silence! You want die like last men visit Amazonia?
What'd they die of?
Crushed pelvises.
Oh. Oh.
Yes! Oh, thank you, Lord in heaven.
Peter, I'm your
Sounds about right. Sounds about right.
Fuyuki, fate set up everybody's evil and Lancer's a caster. Your boss dies and is never mentioned ever again. Orleans, the gang helped good Jeanne
never.
d'Arc defeat evil Jeanne d'Arc
Ever.
before her big titty goth girlfriend phase. Marie Antoinette learns 2010 slang. Septum, the gang
Yeah.
helps Nero defeat the combined
That's-
forces of every other Roman emperor and soft lolly alien Attila the Hun.
I forgot that she's there. Holy shit.
Especially the writers. Okeanos, pirate warfare turns into extreme sibling rivalry, turns into an all-out assault against everybody's least favorite C-tier Greek hero. Berserker is the strongest. London,
Cope.
gang solves the Sherlock Holmes mystery without the help of Sherlock Holmes. The sub-boss is a 5-star and the final boss is a 4-star. Nobody understands. America, hiking trip across the
Don't worry
continent to
about
stop a three-way gang warfare from starting another Trail of Tears. Thomas Edison is the MGM Lion. Don't ask questions. Camelot, The gang helps
Nope.
the Egyptians
Okay,
and
that's
the
it.
Hassans kill Simba. Bedivere is too loyal to die. Babylonia. Gilgamesh and the gang versus the original Axis powers and his jealous ex-boyfriend. The final boss is the Final Fantasy summon,
actually.
who is also your mom.
Yeah. Yeah, true. True.
That's so accurate. Solomon! Jeanne d'Arc Avengers assembles literally every servant up until now, proving that the real Grandcaster was the friends we made along the way. No eggplants were harmed in the making of the Singularity. Shinjuku, a totally not evil random guy, a small titty goth girlfriend, a big titty goth girlfriend, the self-insert master, and a hologram solve a mystery set up by a definitely evil random guy. Jalter trauma dumps to a headless horseman and his dog.
Yeah.
Agartha,
Yeah.
men ate shit, and everybody hates Chris, taken to their illogical extremes.
Peak!
Berserker is still the strongest. Oh my god. Shimosa, the girl that leapt through time, reenacts the plot of The Princess Bride, with not Tamamo filling the role of Andre the Giant. Everybody hates the monk. Salem, Abigail Williams
No,
once
no, we're not gonna. There's no slaughter in this house. No Doman slaughter. Slander. No Doman slander in this house. Doman is kind of like the goat, you know, low key.
friends so bad, she becomes an avatar for an eldritch god in exchange
Yeah.
for pancakes. Despite her class literally being called
Yeah.
foreigner, Nasu is somehow
Yeah.
less racist than Lovecraft. Lostbelt prologue. Evil,
Yeah.
not Tamamo, sieges Chaldea, and not Kirei kills Da Vinci, not clickbait.
Slaughter.
The planet fails the Clorox challenge, don't ask questions. Anastasia. The gang escapes to an alternate timeline for humanity where everybody's a furry. Elephant Ivan the Terrible is killed using the power of Twinkle Twinkle Little Star and golems!
Yeah.
Rotterdamerung.
God, I
The
forgot
coin
that
saves Norse mythology
Twinkle Twinkle Little
from
Star
the guy
scene.
from Thor
Oh my
Ragnarok.
God.
Ilya
Yep.
is also there. SIN. The way out of your league, Vampire Senpai really loves horsecock. The final boss is Chinese David Bowie, but a moth. Stop asking questions.
Yeah, I guess so.
Yuga Keshetra, I think is how it's pronounced. Sibling rivalry taken to the illogical extreme, featuring
DBZ,
Time
baby.
Loop, Hot Wheels, Indian Jeanne d'Arc, and a neat. Everybody loves Pepe. Atlantis.
Peak.
Corday.
True.
This is
Preach.
my master. I've just met them, but if anything happens to them, I will kill everybody in this Lost Belt and then myself. This is
Preach.
the original high point of Lost Belt 5.
Preach!
Olympus, also Lost Belt 5. The gang joins a gang and join forces with the girl that leapt through time to kill more robo-gods and your
Yep.
jealous ex-boyfriend. Your
Yep.
once-dead boss is back for revenge.
Here she
Nankyo.
is, the president.
The gang joins forces with Bara motherfucker Sakata Kentoki to fight police brutality and kill a monk. It's just a ripoff of Gundam.
Okay, that's it. The same goes who. Whoa, what's happening here? Oh my god. Okay, this is a Cernunnos fight. I'm gonna quickly just, you know, go through this. The same goes who destroyed the throat several times. It was worth it. It was worth it. I loved doing Doman's voice. I miss it. I miss it. We need a new person that I can give that voice to, because I love doing that voice. Up to doing the heavy lifting to on LB6 relevance, yeah. Crazy, watch this one. What the fuck is this? Huh? Oh my god. MC. Wait, what's the event bonus that Chenglong has? Or I don't even know if it's an event bonus, but is that a CE bonus? It's probably the first one, right? It's considered a hate crime against you. CE bonus? What the fuck? Okay. Anti-divine. He lived. Oh, extra attack, baby. Fudge. Ow. How does he... I don't know. I guess we'll see, right? Oh, he has double Custodia to... Nice. To cleanse them. Nice. Oh, true Atlas. Level 70 Custodia. Jesus Christ. Tiny bit scary. What is nice clutch heal. Clutch heals. Grimmer heal as well. That actually broke. Okay. That humanity goes brr. True. True, true, true. Well, this just kills then, right? You go AA MP and just fucking send it. He also has skilled 1 on Custodia to get 200%. Sure, for the GP. You just go AA MP. That refund though, 51 to 151, true. It goes to 300? MP sealing himself with a CE. Oh, I didn't see that. That's insane. And that's it, right? Wait. Wait. Does the extra attack kill it? Or is he dead? Oh, the extra attack finishes him off. Okay, that's kind of cinema. That's kind of cinema. That is kind of cinema, not gonna lie. That is kind of clutch. Wait, how does he live all of this? How does he live all of this? Doesn't that kill you? It killed my units. I guess if it's the final unit standing, it doesn't. Yeah, if the enemy dies before you, I see. The merits of the HP removal isn't deadly once Fluffy Boy is dead. Yeah, I mean, it's definitely clearable with low-level units. I just, yeah. Thanks, Grimmer, for the 3000 heal. You always survived dot if the enemy died? Okay. I mean, but the HP down wasn't a dot though. It's a special affliction, right? That just brings the HP down. Oh my god. Yeah, the HP drain, that's it.
あれはいつか見た終わりの星。どれほど遠く汚れても、私は星を探すのです。さあ、幕を開けて、アラウンドカリバーン。
And now you get 1, 2, 3, you get 3 of them. You get 1 more for next turn. And then you get hit once. He's just skilled. Oh my god. The luck on this person. He just skilled. Bro. That curse damage up from Robin Hood going crazy. Yeah. Or poison, yeah. I just tried 200 times to get good RNG, yeah. Nice, Kamlan. What's the plan here? That's 2 anti-enforcements. What do you do here? Sure. Remove all of them. Makes sense. Go for the triple hit. The triple remove. Crit. Another crit, baby. Who's in the back? Shiki. Oh, for fuck's sake. Okay, nice. Haha. Loser, nice MP, lol. Nice MP into nice crit. Into nice crit. Oh my god. Of course. Of course this is the turn. This dude. MP strength up. Really? Wait, what? What does Nightingale MP even do? To make it this... What? Or do you need the damage on... Shiki? Do you actually need that damage? More than like an extra anti-enforcement? Okay, interesting. I mean, this definitely breaks. I guess Bro needed that? I guess so. I don't think he did though, but I guess so. Yeah, but wouldn't you go Nightingale and then Castoria and then Shiki to get double anti-enforcement at least? To protect from this crit here? He wants Castoria to die? To get full hand? To remove 4? I guess. I mean, that's 30. That's perfect. That's the exact number. That's crazy. And you tell me this is just one-shots? I mean, that's like plus 120 attack or some bullshit like that. Plus the 50% arts up as well and MP damage up. Actually, it's even more than 120 attack up. It's a lot. It's like 140 or something. Yeah, plus the 50% arts up, plus threat to humanity mod. Crazy. And did the weekly. And got a bond level up. Why some people really wanted you to add Shiki? By some people you mean Xeno? Yeah, I guess so. My 665 Shiki or whatever she is. Like 566 or something. She can do that as well, surely. Okay, let's okay, I'm not gonna sit through the 10 minutes of another one, but Anderson, Robin Hood, or Astoria? Sure. Two X, it's fine. You don't attack with Mash first? I guess you have enough damage. Oh, I guess you don't care about damage here. How many times did Brody try to get Anderson buff? True. Also, what the fuck is that outfit? For Mash. Okay, sure. What was that cut? Okay, sure. Bro's just stitching together multiple runs. Idol costume? I see. RNG reset. Bro crashed, please understand. No, we've all been there, don't worry. We've all been there. It's spliced. Nice, remove those debuffs, 300%. Cernunnos any percent no major glitches win rate attempt. Or a world record attempt, yeah. Goodbye, Mash. Yo, he's one of us. Oh. Oh, bro, those damage cuts? Holy. Oh, that's it. Huh? What the f- It crashed, it's fine, guys. It crashed. Okay. He fucked up. Okay, I think this is the main one that people wanted me to watch. I think this is the where Kyo meme came from, right? I mean, and by people I mean Zeno.
Yeah, Master. ついに来たんだね。この日が。
That's a cool outfit.
見とれちゃった？
I feel like Zeno has probably showed me this before. I vaguely remember Zeno talking about this before. Maybe he just talked about it, didn't show it.
大事な結婚式の日。だからね。
Damn, it's in 1 year.
なに、君が思い描くほど仰々しいものじゃない。これはマスターとの運命を含める粒子の儀式。この先の冒険を。
By the way, where's this from?
必要でしょ？今日は挙式だけ。
Oh my god, the stereo is going crazy. They're using a 3DO for this one.
さあ、僕たちのウェディングプラン。どっちがいいか選んでくれるかな？
Random 10th anniversary stuff. ASMR official videos. Zeno's fan fiction game. Okay, I see.
誰よりも熱い誓いを交わそう。思い立ったが流日。さあ、行こう。
Who's Melu's VA, by the way? I actually don't know it from the top of my head. Oh my god, Rasputin, hi. Nakata Georgie. Oh my god.
これより10周年おめでとうマスター。そして最強のつよつよドラゴンサーバントメリュジーヌのことみで結婚式を
このマリカ。
まずはじめにお二人による誓約宣言を。あなたたちは
What am I watching?
健やかなる時もそばにいて支え合い運命を乗り越え
Fate!
互いに愛することを誓いますか？
もちろん。はい。誓います。
You could walk into a room, pick your servant, and go into a room with VR goggles? That sounds so peak.
君の凛々しい顔、よく見えてる。さあ、近づいて。強く。
Oh my god.
優しく。
Oh my god, they're actually using a freaking 3DO microphone for this. Going full ASMR.
この泥棒ドラゴン、マスターは渡しません。ああ、神父。彼女は要注意とあれほど言ったでしょ。私が認める一番危険なライバルだって。
Rival?
だからこそ彼女だけは VIP として対応させていただきました。ライバルに祝福されてこその真実の婚姻ですからな。
行かれてるの？いいえ、琴峰神父は誠実な方。で デタラメだらけのあなたとは違うのです。それよりマスター、浮気は犯罪。
Oh,
義務
God.
教育で習いましたよね。
God.
私
God.
とても悲しいです。不届き者はすべて燃やさないといけないので。でも幸い神父さんがいらっしゃるので、マスターは灰から復活。即私と結納です。それ、変身歌唱三昧。
If you listen to Morgan, Kyo wouldn't be here.
神父にそんな奇跡は使えない。ああ、もうマスターの安全が第一だ。あとは任せたよ、神父。
If I listen to Morgan, I wouldn't be here.
清姫女王5分引き止めましょう。無論特別料金では両者急ぎウェディングロードへ。
マスター、手を取って。
Dude, that design is awesome. That outfit is so cool. Nakata Jojo was having so much fun. Yeah. Well, time is up. Wake up, samurai. Oh, time is not up.
結局愛の逃避行になっちゃったね。残念だけど誓いのキスはお預け。結婚式は改めて執り行おう。なーに、僕たちの結末は変わらないさ。マスター、今日はありがとう。君は僕のものだってこと強く感じることができたよ。これからもずーっと
Bro?
私のそばにいてね。
Oh god. Oh god. Wow. That was a scene? That was a scene. Is this another Cernunnos? Wait, what? Kev? Help? Meluganda. No, it's not working. It's an AMV. What's the music gonna be? Kev. Title Kev. Help. Dude, the animation in this is crazy. Yo, it's Winky and Dinky and Stinky. Yeah, Baggy. The Baggy the baddie. Jesus Christ, animation. Okay, it looks like it's only FGO music that they're using. Meanwhile, MASH. Why do I have 3 subs? Everyone subscribe to Oberon. A dream fairy tale embellished by the other side. The rotting end of a dream. Thank you, Kev. Very insightful. That's the title. Thank you, Kev. Something like that. Thank you. Robert disabled dislikes. Dude, the animation on this goes so hard. There's so many frames in this that they drew. Call me Cotton Blanket. That's the creator. That's cool. Yeah, wood woes, baby. Mesh is back. Banshee. Damn, this goes hard. The goat. The absolute goat. You know, we were talking about who my favorite character is. I think it might be Pepe. But that's cheating, but it might be Pepe. This goes so hard. Mike is still good, a good answer. Mike was the GOAT. Oh, this scene, man. This scene. This scene was so good. Oh. Oh god. Uh-oh. 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 It's coming, boys. Brace yourselves. Cool, Kev. That's good to know. Oh my goodness. Koyan, save us! Still like Aurora? I think she's a really cool character. I don't think I would say like, but I think I like her character. That's like the memories. The memories. Muramasa! Makasete! The battle fight. That was just a beatdown. Oh my god. This guy. This goes so fucking hard. Vortigon! And we out in. We out in 9,000, baby. Wow, there's a lot of people that worked on this. Holy shit. Holy. God damn. That's awesome. Kath Palug. That's where 4 was this entire time. Oh, not people who worked on it? I see. Oh, that was the people who worked on it. I see. It's still quite a few people. And she's here in the box. And this is what we saw. And then there's... What the fuck is this? I think this is just a retelling of it, right? It's mute time? Muted? Okay. Oh, yep. There's music playing. The song goes crazy. Oh my god, Ria Takahashi, okay. Ooh. 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 She said my name is Morgan. Oh, oh shit. That was cool. Oh my god. Her voice. No, I got so hyped up over that. Oh. Here she is. Oh god, forgive us our sins. Oh. Ascension 3! What was her name? Hope. Oh, fantastic. Okay, this one is also gonna have to be muted. Let me give you guys some at least LB6 OST going while I watch this, so that you're not in complete silence, you know? Both animated TV CMs were voiced by the bad guys, Oberon and Beryl. Makes sense. Cradle of Eternity. This is... Okay. Goat! Okay. Oh my god. Okay, Hinako. Yeah, this is very LB6. I think this is up to LB6, right? Man, I miss the crew from 5.1. That was such a good crew. It was the best crew since Babylonia, for sure. Oh my god. He forgot to show you before? That's fair. Don't show me the scene. No! Don't show me the scene! I said. Damn, the music goes so hard. That's fair, Robert. This scene was so peak. Man, that entire section of 5.1 was so fucking peak, it's actually insane. .2, baby. And then Poseidon, to bring down the vibe, you know? It's fine. Everything until then was peak. And Poseidon wasn't horrible, it was just bringing down the vibe a bit, that's it. Blub blub. Blub blub. Man, the more time that passes, the more I really like what are the names? Shit. The 5.2 twins. Macarius and Adele, that's it. This is my grand order. Early onset dementia, yeah. This goes so fucking hard, man. It's a shame you guys can't hear the music, but you can watch it on your own as well if you haven't seen it. It's so good. The music goes so hard with it. And the editing on this is so cool. Oh my god, that ending of 5.2. That went so hard. That ending went so unnecessarily hard. I think Zeus might be my favorite boss fight to date. Or at least one of. It's definitely up there. It's in the LB6 stuff to send thread on the Discord. Okay, I'll do that after this. Yeah, there's a thread. Wait. There's a thread on Discord, by the way, where if you join the server, you can go to the thread and recommend videos, and mods can like put them in a playlist like this, and then I can watch it at some point. So Discord server is down in the description if you aren't there, and you can recommend videos as well. Seraph. W plug. Ew. Evil mastermind Meltrilis. Exactly. My thoughts exactly. Man, I want more of Kiara. Dude, I really liked Kiara in Oko. Kiara was so cool in Oko. I wasn't a huge fan of Kiara here in Seraph, but god, I love Kiara in Oko. Oh my god! I mean, this is on YouTube, so surely... Surely. And the final one, that was a banger as well. Okay, 1.5, baby. Seraph as well. Dude, what the fuck? This goes so crazy. The editing. Oh my god. I love the art style. Oh. Oh my god. Oh, Vilikev? The same creator has many of them. It's so good. Oh, 07. Oh my goodness, man. Billy bros are cooking. They're all so fucking insane. Oh my god. What the fuck? It's the lore. That's it. That's it. That's the last video as well. Reisiros. This is the... Wow. Surely you'll love Melt more after that. Surely. Just needs to change the face and we're good. Okay, so... I was gonna say something. Oh, you know what this makes me want? I would love a Studio Shaft adaptation of Seraph. That would be so good because this art style reminds me of Shaft. I would love Studio Shaft adaptation of Seraph, man. That would be so good. Because like that art style would, and like that color palette and stuff would go so well with Seraph, I feel like. Okay, images. Let me quickly just make sure that I don't leak anything. A manual rent after stream, so sure. It's not gonna be fully in order, but it's fine. Okay. Shaft did the Fate Exceleste Encore. I mean, Shaft is like just one of the most gorgeous. I mean, it's very unique, right? The art style that they have, so I would love to see it. Anyways, there's just a bunch of like images that Luna compiled together from LB6. I think I saw some of them on the Discord already, because I feel like Luna sent a lot of them. That's way too adorable. Wait, what? Oh. I saw this one. This one's cute. Holy. This is all the same artist? God damn. Holy. Whoa. Oh, it's concept art. Whoa, that looks so cool. What the hell? The concept art of this goes so hard. Oh, well, that's... I don't think this is concept art. Great. Uh-oh. Oh, classic. Yeah, sounds about right. Sounds about right. She needs it. Oh, Merlin Magecraft. Yep. Yep. Here it is. Here it is. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh my god. Dude, she's such a failure. She's such a girl failure. Damn. Wow. She has none. Yeah. Yeah. Oh my god, the wall. The Cabedon is too strong. Oh my god. Yep, that looks cool. That looks cool. Jesus Christ, what the fuck? Holy shit. What the fuck is this concept art? Oh, by the way, I don't know what's in here. I'm just blindly trusting Luna. So, might be the last stream we ever do. Of course, there's the Jujutsu Kaisen scene. Of course there is. Why would you trust Luna? I don't know, maybe... Oh no, Luna. Oh no. Damn. Oh my. That was a misclick. I'm not gonna read it out loud, I'm just skimming it. Because it's too long. Damn. Ooh, 07. All good, Kev. Have a good one. Have a good one. We're about to wrap up after this as well, so thank you for stopping by. Yeah. She's such a failure. She's such a girl failure. Oh, look at that. Okay, damn. Oof. Oof. Damn, okay. Phone bank background stuff. Damn, that's pressing. These are all... Oh my god. Jesus Christ. Oh my god. We need to watch You Lost Fujimura Ritsuka. I will, but season 3 apparently has spoilers and stuff, so I'm waiting. So, what's Percy doing? Wait, can I do this? I can. Oh, that's not cool. Oberon has some of the best FGO fan art. I can see why. His color scheme is made for it, right? His color scheme is perfect for a cool fan art. Like, look at this. Especially like Ascension 3. Excuse me? What am I looking at here? You know what? Is that... Okay, you know what? Move the fuck on. Oh, that's cool. That's a cool one. Dangerous beast, yep. Ooh, that's cool. Ooh. Dude, the color schemes go so hard in a lot of these. It's so cool. Look at this. Aww. Oh, summer. Oh, that's... Oh. The bloodied crown. What? Is that it? Oh, that's it. That's it. It's officially over. We are done with LB6 shenanigans. It's finally over. God damn. That was an experience. Wow. Now Valentine. Yeah. Definitely in the plan for today. Well, tomorrow's entire stream is gonna be Valentine's, because I'm pretty sure tomorrow's the last day of Valentine's, so we need to get it done tomorrow. Emmanuel rent in FGO. I'm gonna do that later. I mean, I'm gonna check it out later. You guys go and rant your thoughts about FGO and LB6 and all that. But yeah, tomorrow we're gonna be doing a lot of the Valentines. Does anyone know how long the story is of Valentine's? The actual story? I know it's pretty short. But does anyone know how long it actually is? Because we have the story and then we have 1 to 2 hours max if you actually read it. Cool. Because I want to go to the story. Like, I mean, is it even like fun? Because like do you guys even want to see me go to the story or nah? It's okay, basic, because like I have the entire story in materials, right? But yeah, okay, I'm down. Nah. Okay, so you know how we're gonna do it. We're gonna go tomorrow. We're gonna do the chocolates for Valentine's. We're gonna go through all of the chocolates that I want to see and that you guys might want to see as well. We're gonna do all of those things, and then if we still have time, if the stream is not around for too long, then we're gonna do the story after it. We can also do the story at any other time because it's in the materials. It's not gonna run out. But we're gonna start off with chocolates. We're gonna do everything with chocolates, and if we still have time after the chocolates and stuff like that, and after the scenes, because there's a bunch of scenes that people want me to watch from Cernunnos that I don't have, so we're gonna go through some of those as well. And if after that we still want to do the story, we can do it. Otherwise, we end it there and we start Mahoya later this week. Valentine's. Andromeda lore. Skip through CBC since soon we're gonna get 1 ticket a day, and I'm not sure if you have to be caught up. Sure. Can we suggest which Valentine's for you to watch? I guess so. I mean, the way that we did it was Robert just asked me if there's any Cernunnos that I don't have that I'm interested in checking out the Valentines for them, and he just sent me those ones, right? So it wasn't necessarily a thing of like which ones you wanted me to check, but we can do that as well. Like, I won't guarantee that we're gonna watch all of them because I know that some of them get pretty lengthy, but you can let people know in Discord and maybe we can like get something going. You had to record 2 of them. Yeah, maybe it might be a bit too time consuming for, you know, for the mods to get all of them there, but maybe there's some of them that we can get, you know, which is why I asked ahead of time. Yeah, okay. We can always check it out at some other point as well, right? It's not like it has to be all in one stream here, because those are, well, never gonna be going away anyways, right? We can do that at any point. Morgan's and Melus didn't have a good recording. Nice. Yeah, so we're gonna check those out tomorrow. All of the choco scenes and stuff. That's gonna be fun, I'm sure. I can't wait. I can't wait. That's gonna be so much fun. And then we're gonna talk about CBC later. It's fine. Yeah. Anyways. Yeah. That's gonna be it, guys. That's gonna be it. So if you don't know what the plan is for the upcoming streams, we're gonna be doing tomorrow's stream, Valentine's. After that, going into Mahoya until we finish Mahoya, so that we're caught up with, or that we do all of Mahoya before the actual event comes out. And then after we finish Mahoya, then I'm gonna take a bit of a break, probably about 2 weeks break from streaming, just to reset. And then we're gonna be close to the Mahoya event, but I think there still might be some time left, so we'll see what we'll do. But that's the plan. That's the current stream plan for the next month and a half-ish. And then after Mahoya event, we go into main story again. So, FGO main story again. Until we are caught up. So, yeah. We can do Tunguska if we have 2 streams. Sure. Sure. Is it that short? Sure. Yeah, we can then. We can. How long is Mahoya? About 30-ish hours after break though. Yeah, sounds good. It's very short. Okay. 90% raids. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Anyways. Oh, good discussion, guys. Good discussion. We had a nice lengthy discussion today. That was fun. We had a nice lengthy reading of the profiles as well. We had some nice fan art. We had some nice videos. And that's gonna be a wrap. So we are saying goodbye to LB6 and starting all the other stuff right now. So see you guys. Should be tomorrow, same time as today, for the chocolate scenes. So see you then. Bye, guys. Bye. Bye.